Welcome to the February 4th, 2021 school board meeting. This meeting is now in session and is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are now at citizen comment. The school board welcomes public comment from community members. Due to the pandemic, we have adjusted our speaker process. Currently, we only allow call-in speakers who have signed up in advance and have limited the total time for speakers to no more than 1 hour at each meeting. Directions for signing up are posted on our website. The speaker form is activated on the Friday afternoon prior to the board meeting and is active until 4 p.m. the Tuesday before the board meeting. As announced at our last meeting, we are using a lottery system for speaker slots to ensure that as many parents and community members as possible have the opportunity to sign up to speak. If we receive more than 30 speaker signups, we will use an online list generator to randomly select up to 35 names. The first 30 names selected are given speaker slots. The additional 5 individuals are waitlisted and will be invited to speak if any speakers withdraw. We have 30 speakers tonight, so before they begin, I will review our approved speaker guidelines. During virtual meetings, we hear all public comments at the beginning of the meeting. Speakers should call 10 minutes prior to the meeting start and will be announced in the order their call is received. Before you speak, please turn down the sound on all electronic devices. Please do not use a speakerphone, as that can distort the sound and make your comments difficult to understand. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and a timer will keep track of your time. The timer begins when you start speaking. Please conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. The operator will disconnect your call after 2 minutes. The school board does not respond to public comments during the meeting. If follow-up is required due to the nature of the comments, the superintendent will work with the board clerk to follow up with speakers accordingly after the meeting. Please email any written comments to school.board@apsva.us. Please be sure to state your name and the topic you will speak about when you begin. Okay. Ms. Mercado, can you please call the first speaker?
Yes, the speaker is Ms. Martin.
Hello, my name is Jeff Martin, and I am the husband of an APS teacher. I implore you to follow the well-considered guidance of the parents and staff who form the Smart Restart group. Ventilation, inoculation, transparency in testing, accommodations, and lunch outside, or VITAL. About half of APS staff has not yet had their first dose of vaccine. None has been contacted to schedule their second dose, but the first ones are due on February 12th. That's a week from tomorrow. We can wait. We must wait for everyone to get 2 doses of vaccine plus 2 weeks for their immune response to kick in. If you knew that delaying your plans for a few weeks while the vaccine rollout continues would definitely save a life, why wouldn't you do it? Small particles containing virus will linger in the air for up to 16 hours. The CDC says indoor dining doubles your odds of catching COVID-19. Dr. Fauci wouldn't do it. We shouldn't either. Get tents, get umbrellas, have high schoolers who can eat in their cars with their siblings do so. Have a coat drive. Make alternatives. At Yorktown, about 375 kids are slated to take off masks and eat indoors simultaneously 4 days a week with 2 lunch shifts each day. How will we contact trace and quarantine if there's an exposure? We won't know who anyone sat next to. We should. They should be sitting outside, socially distanced with a bad weather plan. We should be cohorting students in smaller groups so that they don't commingle. It's a national best practice and one I urge APS to adopt. You should also consider testing the wastewater at every school to prevent outbreaks before they take root. It's a cost-effective, efficient solution that requires little effort. We need a solid testing protocol. And the truth is we don't have one. We've got to do our part to stop the spread. All the data we have about the disease needs to be leveled up to new variants that are more easily transmitted, which continue to mutate the more hosts they have. time to get serious about safety. It's vital. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Saif Nadir.
My name is Faith Neighbor, and I'm a fourth grade student at Arlington Traditional School. I want to talk to you about going back to school. First, I think I can speak for all students saying we all hate COVID and especially miss our friends and teachers. Quarantine is really hard and not a lot of fun, especially for us kids, but we don't want to go back if it's not safe, and it's not safe yet. For anyone who doesn't know me, I am very into technology. When I was 7, I came up with an idea to prevent West Nile virus that is currently being tested by scientists. I also make videos for my friends and family about different forms of Apple technology and the updates and how to use them. Something I learned recently was about how ultraviolet technology can kill COVID. I'm not talking about the UV light used to see invisible ink. This is especially UV light that hospitals can use to kill COVID-19. Ultraviolet is not a proprietary technology, which in terms everyone can understand means it's not that expensive. There is something that I even heard about called upper germicidal UV, which goes on the ceiling, and it makes the air so safe that you can literally eat lunch next to your friend, and even if they have COVID, you could still be safe. I don't know about you guys, but my favorite subject at school is lunch because I get to see my friends, and without this, I don't know how we will eat at school safely. So I'm here to ask the school board to look into how we can use ultraviolet light to kill COVID and make school safe so that we can go back, because I really miss my friends and my teachers. And because I know grown-ups sometimes need kids to explain technology, if you have any questions, you can call me. And by the way, Dr. Berger, I wrote this myself. Does that mean I can skip writing class tomorrow?
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker.
Laura Sims.
Ms. Mercado, can you please repeat the name?
Yes, the next speaker is Laura Arlington.
Maybe one more time, Ms. Mercado.
The next speaker is Laura Bali Sims.
I think I'm on now. Good evening. My name is Lara Daly Sims. My husband, Tyrone Sims, and I are guiding 2 children through APS, a junior at Yorktown and an 8th grader at Swanson. Obviously, when and under what circumstances to return to school buildings is an incredibly emotional, complex, and sadly polarizing issue. Yet so many parents and teachers actually agree on wanting to return to in-person education as soon as possible, as safely as possible. What constitutes safe versus safe enough seems to be the dividing point, although I reject the narrative that this issue is one of teachers versus parents. From my personal experience, I know that no one faction owns any of these complex issues, including equity and mental health. My own son's mental health has significantly deteriorated as the pandemic wears on, yet he, I, and all of his medical professionals still consider it too safe to return to school buildings, particularly to his school building that has materially inadequate ventilation systems like all too many APS buildings. I know that many parents are concerned about the continued high levels of COVID cases in our region, especially with the variations that Dr. Fauci and the CDC expect will be dominant in March, the very same mutations that have caused so many European school systems to recently close again. I know many parents are concerned about the health of teachers and staff and want them to be fully vaccinated before they are asked or required to return to the classroom. And while the CDC director stated yesterday that teacher vaccinations were not required for schools to reopen safely, she later expanded on those comments in an interview last night with Rachel Maddow that needed additional funding for all safety mitigation measures, including teacher vaccinations and improved ventilation, in order for schools to open safely for both children and teachers. I know many parents are willing to look beyond the sound bites at the actual data and know that the CDC and others are saying it's safe to return to school buildings. Safety mitigation strategies are in place, and these strategies are not yet in place in APS. And finally, I know that many parents are grateful to Dr. Duran and all of APS for the yeoman's task you are undertaking for our children in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Reg Goki.
Good evening, Dr. Duran and the board. This is Reg Gaki, and I'm calling to speak about the fact that APS is now one of the last counties in Northern Virginia to announce return to school dates. Fairfax, Loudoun, Falls Church, Fauquier, Frederick, Prince William, Culpeper, and almost all counties in Northern Virginia have now either returned to in-person instruction or announced firm return dates. Based on the presentation you are about to give today, there is no excuse for APS's continued delay. The updated VDH guidance that you will discuss tonight encourages opening of schools, and your own slides show that VDH permits opening for most of our students now. This explains why over 70% of Virginia school districts, which are subject to the same VDH guidance, have already opened. The operational factors you will focus on tonight, ventilation and outdoor lunches, are not mentioned by the VDA and not required by the CDC. The steps you've already taken to mitigate are the steps that are the ones that are supposed to be taken in order to make schools safe. It is great that you are trying to address concerns, whether real or imagined, that might still exist. But those steps should not delay our return to schools. We now know that schools are safe for return even prior to completion of vaccination. Governor Northam has said so. The Virginia Vaccine Coordinator, Dr. Avila, and the Virginia Superintendent of Instruction, Dr. Lane, have said so. And yes, as the prior speaker noted, Dr. Fauci and the new CDC Director, Dr. Walensky, have said that schools are safe for return is not just a headline, it is actually what they've said and what they have supported. There is no need to debate that subject any further. And we know that our hardworking teachers are ready to return to schools. More than 1,000 teachers stated their preference in fall to return to in-person learning, and more than 3,400 teachers and staff have now received their first COVID vaccination in January. Our teachers would not step in the vaccination line ahead of our elderly and our at-risk populations unless they were willing to return to school now. You are the decision makers. This week, we've seen other decision makers, including Mayor Bowser, Mayor Lightfoot, and Superintendent Brabant, say enough is enough. It is time to open
Thank you
our
so
schools.
much. Your time has
Please provide that
expired. We
leadership here
appreciate
and
you
open
calling
now.
in. If you would like, you can send your full statement to us at school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Mercado, please call on the next speaker.
The next speaker is Ian Blumenfeld.
Hello, my name is Ian Blumenfeld, and I'm the father of a first grader at McKinley. You've all heard me speak on the back-to-school issue before. I think opening schools at this point is a decision based on very poor reading of the available science. As cases rage out of control and new variants appear daily, it is completely irresponsible. That said, if APS insists on opening, it is imperative that it be done in a way that protects students, teachers, and staff to the maximal degree possible. If you insist on driving 150 miles per hour, please at least buckle your seatbelt. First, I want to say that the science of COVID risk mitigation is actively changing as more information comes to light. Using notions from this summer is simply untenable. A group of parents and teachers, Smart Restart APS, has formed and is committed to making sure that safety measures are taken with the most up-to-date research and already started. The specific measure I'd like to address is masking. New COVID variants, especially ones with the E484K mutation, are more infectious, evade existing antibodies, lower vaccine efficacy, and unfortunately are more deadly. Students can carry this version of the virus home with them from the classroom if they catch it. Teachers could get it as well. As such, health departments across the world are recommending higher quality and double masking. If we are to reopen in-person classrooms, it is vital that we provide these masks, such as the available and well-tested KF94s, to teachers and students who can't afford them. Just yesterday, some of us at Smart Restart discussed ways to get these masks into the hands of those who need them. APS should look seriously into purchasing these, as well as facilitating parents to make mask donations quickly and easily to our faculty and students. Look, I think going back in the classroom is a hazard that we don't fully understand. Just because everyone else is doing it doesn't mean we should too. There is more risk than we can quantify. There is uncertainty about the long-term effects on kids from asymptomatic infection. Uncertainty that, by definition, we cannot know. If you have decided to throw caution to the wind, please, for the sake of our community, do what's right by us. Listen to the science. Get everyone who needs to be in a school building, apparently, very well-tested, high-quality masks. Thank you.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Gavin Rambos.
Hi, my name is Gavin Rambos, and I am a fourth grader at Arlington Traditional School. I am asking for you to open schools now, please. I really, really miss my friends. Not being in school makes me feel really lonely since I can't see my friends and have fun with them.
I don't feel like I'm learning enough on virtual school because there is a lot less work compared to actual in-person school. I'm usually not able to contact the counselor when I need her. There is a new girl in my class, and I want to try to make friends with her because she's new, but that is too hard because we are not allowed enough time to chat with other kids. One of my goals at APS was to read half of the Everyone section in the library. I cannot complete this because I do not really have enough access to check out books before you make me move my school building. Often I get mad when my VPN gets disabled because it usually takes a long time to get back working, and without my VPN, I cannot get onto Canvas or Teams or any other apps I need for school, and it disconnects a lot. Another problem is the Wi-Fi connection. If you don't have good Wi-Fi, you cannot get onto school, and with normal school, you're just there. I feel like I can't get enough help from my teacher because usually he is busy doing something else with another student, and there is not a lot of one-on-one time like in normal school. With virtual school, we don't get to have spirit days or things like science fair and pajama day. Pajama day is not as much fun because we don't actually get to see the pajamas in real life. We can't do class plays, and assemblies are a lot less interesting. I cry without my friends. These are the reasons I want to go back into real school now.
Thank you so much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Julie Hannick.
Good evening. My name is Julie Hannick, and we're talking on return to school. I was once the foreperson of a jury. It was a civil case in which the counsel for the defense focused our attention on the word sophistry. He repeated it a number of times throughout closing arguments. Sophistry is the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. And just to add, fallacious means based on mistaken belief. He focused the jury's attention on what the other side was doing, and the jury saw what they were doing, and he won the case. There is a mistaken belief that parents and teachers who want the schools to open now don't care about safety, when that's not the truth. Science, the CDC, and other schools operating in person tell us that APS has proper safety measures in place. Please don't be led astray by those saying we don't care about safety. We have been organized and advocating for the same things as they are since last summer. But you don't have to believe me. You can ask Dr. Duran, his chief of staff, and members of this board. They know this, so you don't have to believe me. We can prove it, but we are not sure why we have to make happy self-appointed experts. If you don't believe me, still, check out the webpage, Arlington Parents for Education, and ask yourself why anyone would believe you want to send our children, teachers, and staff into unsafe schools. Please don't believe them when you hear them say we don't care about safety. It's a mistaken belief. With my last 30 seconds, I want to ask Dr. Duran, Assistant Superintendent Loft, and this board to explain the incredible disparity within APS in terms of distance teaching. Guess what? We are not all in this together. APS is a system of schools and not a school system. Some schools are sending home workbooks, worksheets, and full emails with lesson plans and links, while others get told we can't do that, even for students with IEPs. To be clear, this is not a knock on the teachers. This is something that's happening above them. Please tell us why APS is not supporting package materials distributions and more robust communication with the parents that would allow better.
Thank you so much for calling in. I'm sorry your time is up. We appreciate you calling in. Feel free to email your full statement to school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Renee Guttel.
Thank you very much. My name is Renee Guttel. As of today, Arlington County is the last in the region yet to announce dates to resume in-person learning options. President Biden has stated a goal of returning kids to school buildings within 100 days. The Biden administration's CDC has stated repeatedly that in-person learning can happen with proper precautions and that children may be safer at schools and transmission rates lower for children in schools than when they're out in the community. We have learned so much in the years since COVID began, and our policies should reflect that. Governor Northam says, quote, schools need to be open. The time has come. The numbers in Arlington are falling. Teachers have been prioritized to be vaccinated, and the process is underway. APS has purchased air purifiers. We plan for social distancing and mask wearing. Please don't wait another 2 weeks to announce a start date. Dr. Duran, you have asked us to pull together as a community and stop the divisions. The first step to make that happen would be to resume in-person options. You first said we start looking at transitioning the hybrid around the first quarter of the school year, and then it was November, and then possibly January, and now we're looking at March at the earliest. Am I happy about the concurrent model for hybrid for my fifth grader? Absolutely not, but it's better than the status quo. My son's teachers are doing phenomenal work, but not all kids can thrive in a virtual environment. Many of our children need in-person options. Please set a return date. Finally, I'd like to address the metrics we're using tonight. APS continues to use out-of-date metrics on its dashboard rather than updating them daily. The numbers are available from the VDH website. COVID case numbers are on a downward trend, none of which is reflected on the slides tonight. Thank you.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Morgan Zeigenham.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'd like to share a personal story from last week. I've called in several times to board meetings and office hours before. My two eldest have always been in Arlington Public Schools, fourth and second grader, until January 26th. We got incredibly lucky and found two open spaces at a private school where they were immediately able to attend in-person school 5 days a week. We made this decision at 4:30 on a Sunday evening, and they showed up to their new school 8 a.m. Monday. Upon confirming for my daughter on Sunday evening that she no longer needed to do virtual school, she broke down in uncontrollable sobs for 10 minutes. 10 months of anxiety, isolation, and depression caused by your inadequacies immediately lifted from her shoulders. This is my child who what I had told you was doing okay. She could navigate school on her own, was engaging in her class, and had the outlet of travel soccer to connect with her buddies. But clearly, she was not okay. Dr. Duran and the board, the children are not okay. Last week proved to me without a shadow of a doubt that children need to be back in school and that they are willing to go to extremes to do so. Both of our children have thrived with new teachers, new friends, in a new building, masks, distance, windows open, lunch outside, yes, even in 19-degree weather. So if my children are thriving in their new environment, private school, where they will receive 5 days in-person instruction for the remainder of the school year, why do I care about what Arlington Public Schools is doing? Because my children are not special. They do not deserve this any more than any other child in Arlington. We got very lucky, but we very well could still be stuck at our nationally acclaimed public elementary school watching our children deteriorate in front of our eyes. Every child deserves this opportunity to have the weight of the pandemic lifted from their shoulders. They have carried it long enough. The statistics are in. The data does not lie. We can teach safely in person now. It's time to open schools for those who want it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Amelia Frankel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Frankel.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Frankel, and I'm the parent of a first grader at MTSA. By academic metrics, my son is a virtual learning success story. But in the last year, the only one-on-one conversation he had with his teacher was his reading assessment. In virtual school, he has never had a one-on-one conversation with a classmate. Last week, I recorded my son in the midst of one of the breakdowns that now occur almost daily. It hurts me to listen to it, but I need you to hear it. And before I play it, I want to make clear, what you are about to hear is not a student struggling with new material. This is just what it sounds like when a 7-year-old has spent too much time in front of an iPad. My child is resilient, but virtual learning is hurting him, and the hurt is compounding daily. Every day matters. His teacher and his school leadership are, and I quote, willing and eager to go back. The latest state guidance dictates that priority learners should be in school. You are the only ones keeping him home when every other hybrid family in our region has a timeline to return, and early learners just a few miles from here are heading back into the classroom. It feels like we are so far behind. Even the health metrics dashboard in Dr. Duran's presentation tonight is outdated, and current metrics are significantly improved versus what you will see. Please help my son and all the other kids who are suffering similarly. Please open the school doors. Please don't wait.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Gia Boato, and my fiance is an APS teacher. I believe that everyone has the mutual goal of students and teachers going back to in-school learning. However, APS and its board has not provided a transparent and realistic plan to guarantee safety of both parties. While plenty of paperwork has been sent declaring they are taking action to make it safer, many of these claims have not been actually implemented or executed. The only thing transparent is the paper-thin plan, which lacks real expert advice. I implore you to remember that not every doctor or person with a doctorate has the credibility or research to speak on the impact of this virus on children and their mental health. You need to lend your ear instead to epidemiologists and experts with direct contact with the current virus research to be the guide to a better reopening plan. I understand that there are private schools open. However, I would like to point out that they have the financial capacity in the families they serve and in the smaller operational network they run to have the safety measures necessary. How you operate a smaller group of schools is not necessarily transferable to the operations of a larger district like APS, especially one with a wide range of families in different financial situations. Families that don't have the means to quarantine in their small spaces or be able to afford to lose a parent or even pay for medical care will suffer the most in your plan. While I also understand that some districts larger than APS have begun reopening, the right question to ask is whether that decision is still supported by the most recent findings. Don't buckle to the pressure. Make a decision based on science and make it from an ethical standpoint. Legally, OSHA requires you to provide a safe working environment, so until you have actually implemented the necessary safety measures, not just on paper, primarily the vaccinations of all staff, you have no way to guarantee the safety of your employees. Give teachers in high-risk categories the accommodations they need. Some of the information you're requiring in exchange for these accommodations are in clear violation of ADA policy. Please make sure you review them. Don't let kids become collateral damage, because an outbreak in your staff will cause a ripple effect of the virus going home with the child to their family. You have not put in the work to demand that these teachers and students put their life at risk. Forcing in-school learning now without the necessary safety steps and precautions is a decision of convenience, not of science, not of ethics, of convenience. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Lee Harper Chen.
Hello, I'm Lee Harper Chen, an APS alumna, parent, and ICU nurse speaking on safe return to schools. We're in a pandemic. The CDC reminds us that children and adolescents can be infected with COVID-19, can get sick with COVID-19, and can spread the virus to others. The COVID Monitor, which tracks K-12 school data across the U.S., stated just in December that the higher the community case rate, the higher the school district case rate. Quote, schools are not the safe havens or silos some believe they would be. In our opinion, the data suggests schools are not safe and do contribute to the spread of the virus, both within schools and their surrounding communities. Epidemiologists are concerned about the new variant, B117, which is now in at least 32 states, including here in Northern Virginia, and has schools all over Europe closing down again. Dr. Michael Osterholm states that the surge that is likely to occur with this new variant is going to happen here in the next 6 to 14 weeks, and if so, we're going to see something like we've not yet seen in this country. British studies suggest the new strain is between 30 and 70% more contagious, an effect seen in all age groups, including children. In fact, Dr. Fauci said last Thursday that reopening K-8 classrooms in Biden's timeframe may not be possible due to this new variant. COVID can spread in less than 15 minutes and in less than 5 minutes while unmasked and eating. And the CDC states that asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic individuals account for 59% of all virus cases. So temperature checks and self-attestations will not stop the spread. A 35-year-old man died of B117 in Atlanta this week. For those who think to themselves, it can't happen to me, every single patient in my ICU is the me it could never happen to. Safety is vital. Thank you.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Melanie Mickelson Graham.
Hi, how are you? I am a parent of kids at Gunston and Arlington Traditional, and I live in Green Valley. And tonight I wanted to talk about the IPP process. In the previous IPP, it seemed that option schools were chosen based on qualification in a national certified program. And in the current audit, schools and programs should be evaluated based on Arlington's needs and demands. And one of our needs is equity. The Black Lives Matter movement makes it clear that prejudice and structural discrimination continue, including in Arlington. Arlington schools and programs that close the racial achievement gap should be preserved in the IPP in accordance with the stated IPP goals. Arlington Traditional School and the Virginia Preschool Initiative should be included in that IPP for equity's sake. Arlington Traditional is a minority-majority school with no racial achievement gap. In 2019, 61% of the students were Hispanic, Asian, Black and Brown, or racially mixed. This diversity is fostered by the VPI program at ATS, which allows lower-income families to have their preschool for free, and their children get to continue at ATS for grade school. With this diversity, ATS is the only minority-majority school to have a 3-year multidiscipline SOL pass rate score over 96%. Black and Brown students had a 94% pass rate, Hispanic students had a 90% pass rate, and English learners had a 90% pass rate. The school's teaching approach and culture is a proven method to stop racial disparity, which it has been doing since at least 2006 when the U.S. Department of Education first recognized ATS for closing the achievement gap. Many Arlington parents want their children to be in a school that offers racial diversity and equity and excellence. The 2019-2020 waitlist for ATS is 648 students, and for perspective, that's 364 more than the second highest waitlist and doesn't include the 104 students on the VPI waitlist. So preserving ATS as an option school makes diversity possible because students don't have to live in a certain neighborhood to go to a high-performing school. In contrast, the 10 other Arlington schools with SOL pass rates of 85 or above are all neighborhood schools, all north of Route 50, and all white majority schools, except for Science Focus, which is 48% white. Please preserve ATS,
Thank you very
VPI,
much
and other
for
schools
calling
and
in.
programs.
We appreciate it. I'm sorry your time's expired. Feel free to email your full statement to school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alexandra Kozel.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Thank you. Good evening. My name is Alexandra Kozel, and I am an APS teacher. In the past year, we have learned an incredible amount about this novel coronavirus, and yet still have many unanswered questions. With variants and mutations already found in the U.S., the amount of information that we still do not know is more striking than ever. The U.S. is closing in on 500,000 citizens dead and 26.6 million COVID-19 cases. If you're lucky to survive, post-COVID infection syndromes, diseases, disorders, and damage are being continually discovered in previously healthy and unhealthy patients of all age groups with symptomatic or asymptomatic infections. I view this issue through my lens as a disabled teacher with multiple chronic illnesses, some of which are now being identified as post-COVID infection conditions. I was diagnosed with my first at age 11, so this issue is incredibly personal to me. The impact that chronic illness and disability have on quality of life, mental health, and the limits it puts on your ability to realize your potential is profound. Teachers are not moving the goalpost for reopening. APS is not moving the goalpost. COVID is moving the goalpost. That's science. As you receive new data, you divert your plan to fit the new information. We shouldn't let pandemic fatigue limit our ability to respond to new information and change the plan. Right now, our schools do not meet the vital ventilation, immunization, testing, transparency, accommodations, lunch outdoors, acronym, or other commonly understood mitigation methods. And the chances of students and staff contracting COVID, asymptomatically or otherwise, is too high. I cannot ethically put students in a situation where the possibility of long-term harm is preventable. As a special educator, I know that I can always catch students up. What I cannot do is give them their physical and or mental health, family members, or lives back. I would literally take a bullet for my students, but I won't put them in front of the shooter. Thank you.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Lakeisha Hill.
Lakeisha Hill, Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak and ask a question. I'm Lakeisha Hill, a resident of South Arlington. I asked to speak to the concerns that perhaps the APS traditional model would not be included in the IPP. I moved to Arlington to the school system because the school systems were in place. Once my daughter handles the Stanford kindergarten, I researched what other parents did about the best school to send my firstborn. According to certain news reports, Arlington held 5 of the best elementary schools in the VA. In the 2021 report, that is still congruent with APS, Jamestown, McKinley, Glebe Elementary School, and Arlington Science Focus. When I first started looking, I was actually looking at Arlington Science Focus because it was a lottery school. And at the time that I applied, I contacted APS, and I was told there was no longer an option school. It was a neighborhood school. I was also told that I could still apply for the Center for Immersion schools, or I could also choose APS, Montessori school, or choose between the 2 neighborhood schools, both of which have poor SOL pass rates for African American students. After researching the options, I decided to go to Arlington Traditional School. 1, because of the traditional model. 2, because band and choir are both expected in the curriculum. And 3, because homework is also a part of the process. All these, with everything else they do, help bridge the gap between economically disadvantaged students, African Hispanic students, students with disabilities, and English learners higher. I know there is a lottery school, and they may not get in, but at least it is an option. And I would ask that Arlington keeps this as an option for fairness and equity in the county. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Dan Paris.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate this opportunity to speak before the school board and Dr. Duran. My name is Dan Paris. I'm an APS teacher and an APS parent. My topic tonight is the current school year. For those that are asking to open schools, I would politely remind them that schools have been open since the second week of September. If one is upset because APS remains in a mostly virtual learning status, this is because of the extremely high rates of community spread of COVID that continue to exist in Arlington. I believe any upset and disappointment with the superintendent, the school board, or teachers over this continuing virtual status is misplaced. I politely suggest we all focus our energy towards the federal, state, and local decision makers that failed to enforce mask wearing in public and allow restaurants, gyms, and small businesses to remain open, instead of asking them to stay closed with financial support. Like so many of my colleagues, there is nothing more than I would like to professionally than the opportunity to teach my students in person in my classroom. But this must wait until every staff member who will have regular contact with students has had the opportunity to be fully vaccinated. To risk losing a single student or staff member to COVID is not worth returning to school before that time. I'm a career switcher. I retired after 20 years in the Marine Corps and began my next career teaching in September of 2011. Being a Marine was, occasionally, a life and death profession. Teaching should not be. Dr. Duran, members of the school board, you all have a moral obligation to protect the health and lives of every APS student and staff member. To ask staff to choose between their livelihood and their lives is an immoral question. The stated mission of APS, as it is found on the APS webpage, is to ensure all students learn and thrive in safe, healthy, and supporting learning environments. Stand by our mission. APS is so close to protecting its staff. Commit now to returning to hybrid learning once.
Thank you so much for calling in. I'm sorry your time's expired, but we welcome you to send your full statement to school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Josh Ford.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Duran, and let me thank the last caller for his service to our country. My name is Josh Fold on behalf of the members of the Arlington Education Association. Let me begin with the IPP and close on the return to buildings. I would like to thank Dr. Duran for his inclusion of a virtual option in the IPP. APS has found that for some students, virtual is actually better. With the technology already in place and interest from the community, building capacity could be managed and even a trailer or two could be sent packing. Implement a virtual option this September. Now on to the safe return to buildings, something everyone wants. Acknowledging that some staff have returned and vaccinations are occurring as we speak, let's tie this slow return to full vaccinations. 2 weeks after my second shot, as has been recommended, that day, I'm ready to go. I was one of the first to be vaccinated, and many of my colleagues are not far behind. While students have an option to remain virtual, staff do not. Most staff ADA requests are being denied and told they will return. Don't believe me? Ask for the data. I will say it again. Don't believe me that most valid staff ADA requests are being denied. Ask for the data. The AEA appreciates that air quality and outdoor lunch has become a focus and infection data is becoming more transparent. Keep it up. Contact tracing is imperative and needs to be reflected in that transparency. Personally, I suggest APS look at the rigors of the NYC protocols around testing and tracing in schools. We are closer to the end than we are the beginning of this crisis. Let's safely and slowly move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Amanda Cuthbertson.
Dr. Duran and the school board members, my name is Amanda Cuthbertson, and I'm an APS parent to 2 elementary students and a preschooler. I really hoped that I wouldn't have to speak on this call tonight. My kids and I hoped that you would follow Fairfax and Loudoun and announce that hybrid learning would begin in February. Another month of school behind us, and still we wait for you all to be leaders and lead. The good news? We're 11 months into this pandemic, and the real leaders have already stepped up and done it. Now all you need to do is follow the districts that have successfully executed their return to school plan. The science is clear, and experts agree. There's no zero risk, but with mask wearing, hand washing, proper distancing, committed teachers, and conscientious parents, our school buildings can safely reopen for all students that want to attend. School districts across the state and private schools across the county have been open for in-person learning since September. Fairfax and Loudoun are bringing students back in 2 weeks. And what are we focused on? A slide that you're going to cover tonight covers discussing convening an internal working group to develop ideas for outdoor lunch and to report back in 2 weeks. A suggestion, less working groups and more action. Every principal in this district has already thought through outdoor lunch options for their building. Ask for their plan, get a listing of their needs, and make it happen. How many tents, benches, space cleared, bushes removed, etc. Start with the elementary schools who will return first. Use a bit of the $6 million surplus in the budget to give our principals what they need. You don't need to convene a working group, and it doesn't need to take 2 weeks. Allow principals the ability to tap into the parent community for support. Daily temperature checks, drop-off, lunch, recess, all come with their own challenges. Parents are available and willing to help. Our children have borne the brunt of this pandemic. They don't vote, lobby, or have a union, so they sit, locked in our homes, away from their peers, tied to their screens 5 hours a day, waiting for you to lead. It's time to return to school.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Gregory Narden.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Greg Narden, and I'm here to talk about bringing our children back to school. I am deeply disappointed at the lack of leadership shown by the APS school board. I understand that the COVID era has produced many challenges, and I, of course, understand the need for our teachers and our children to be in a safe educational environment. I've seen many community leaders across the country, including the DMV, show exceptional skill in navigating these complicated issues. Many of my friends and colleagues live in communities where their leaders have appropriately assessed risks, made difficult decisions, and opened schools responsibly for in-person education. APS is not in that category. I've lost confidence in you as an institution, and I'm sure I'm not alone. After almost a year, and after so much empirical research on educational issues in the COVID era, it is extremely difficult to sit by passively as you change plans, defer important decisions, and permit yourselves to be swayed by uncertainty. I have 2 children in APS, and your decisions directly affect their futures. Like many others, we are exploring other options for our children. I hope you recognize that the drops in enrollment in APS are a direct commentary on the system itself. You were selected to lead an educational system. Paralysis, confusion, and indecision is not leadership. Yes, we are in a difficult situation, but when you campaigned for your positions, you told us you were prepared to handle difficult situations and make difficult decisions. Please make a clear decision now to open our schools and stick to that decision. Please do what you were chosen to do. Thank you very much.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Goyette.
Good evening. My name is Chip Goyette, and I will be speaking to you tonight about a safe return to school. I'm a parent, current member of the APS Facilities Advisory Committee. No, I do not speak on their behalf, and my day job brings me into contact with healthcare facilities and infection control teams regularly, so I'm familiar with risk mitigation methods. The most important aspect of keeping indoor occupants safe in the midst of a pandemic, made worse by spending time indoors, is, of course, improved air quality and ventilation. It is well known in the world of building science that indoor air that is free of viruses and other contaminants greatly benefits the individuals living, working, or learning in that space. Bad air equals bad outcomes, and this is certainly the case with COVID-19. And with new aggressive variants popping up, there's still so many unknowns about this virus. If anyone states they know the absolute truth about how these new variants will affect our kids or teachers, it is simply not fact. A truth I do want to remind you of is a constant framework that has never wavered in this entire return to school discussion, and that is the risk reduction strategies for reopening schools published by the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Going back to this summer, they published a risk reduction blueprint of how to get kids back in the classroom in the safest way possible. My ask to you tonight is to direct your staff to work with members of the community that have done an extensive and immense amount of work crunching the numbers in order to enhance the foundational mitigation efforts already started. We all have the same goal of getting our kids back to school in a safe way. Please take this advice not from me, but the experts who are incredibly studied in the areas of building science and public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mercado, can you call the next speaker, please?
Natalie Bernstein.
Hello, I am Natalie Bernstein, and I'm speaking on behalf of Reopening Schools as a 10th grade student at Yorktown High School. My first point, and this is on several speakers who have spoken tonight, is I continue to hear, let's wait this out, let's wait this out. We don't have all of the information, let's wait this out. There's a new strain, let's wait this out. Well, if we can wait this out, but there's this uncertain element of a new strain that is completely contradictory. If we have no idea what's going to happen, what's going on, and there's this new strain that we are unaware of, how long are we going to have to wait to have the information? Another year? Are we going to have to wait another year? Is that seriously what you guys expect? Because that's what I'm hearing. And what's completely ridiculous about this is also the argument that this is affecting students. Reopening schools is terrible for students. There have been several studies done. Students are not, and children especially, are just not as affected by this virus as adults. It has been proven. People are always citing community numbers and case deaths in total for the country. The number of case deaths for children is in the hundreds, while the numbers for case deaths in general are in the hundreds of thousands. That should tell you something. Children are not as negatively affected by this virus. Teachers are getting vaccinated and are safe. Why can't parents and students make the decision to go back themselves? Why do you have a better understanding of what's best for the children than their parents and themselves? I do not see teachers, parents, and students here. I see teachers, parents, and students who have been fear-mongered and relying on general data rather than what's best for individual students and their parents and what they want to decide, and the teachers who are worried about their students. And I see other families who are thinking that this is terrible for students.
Thank you
and
very
they know
much
this
for
is terrible.
calling in. I'm sorry your
want to-
time has expired. Feel free to email your full comments to school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Mercado, can you please call the next speaker?
Next speaker, Angie Kramer.
My name is Angie Kramer, speaking the exact words written by one of your staff. How can APS justify denying teachers' requests to remain virtual when they have legitimate medical conditions that put them at a higher risk for major complications if they were exposed to COVID? The fact that APS changed their basis for granting virtual accommodations from using CDC risk guidelines, used for fall accommodations, to using ADA guidelines, used to determine current accommodations, and did not disclose that to APS staff who were submitting requests to extend their virtual status was simply sneaky and uncalled for. We have teachers in this county who are severely immunocompromised because of a variety of different health conditions such as autoimmune disorders, cancer survivors, bone marrow transplants, etc., and for whom COVID is truly a life-threatening concern. Even once fully vaccinated, this immunocompromised population of teachers and staff will not have the same 95% protection from the vaccine. They are still at a higher risk to contract COVID and to have complications if they get it. This is stated on the CDC website. So denying staff a virtual status who have legitimate health conditions as defined as high risk simply because you feel better serves the students and their parents is not okay. Putting these teachers in the position of choosing to risk their health and return to the classroom or take a leave without pay or quit is not okay. For these teachers, a virtual accommodation is not a choice. It is a necessity. We all want schools to be reopened. We all want life to return back to normal. But that should not mean putting teachers in such a terrible position. Thank you. I hope you listen.
Thank you. Can you please call the next speaker, Ms. Mercado?
Christina Hedrick.
Hi, my name is Christina Hedrick, and I'm here to talk tonight about ventilation, which will come as a surprise to no one. Dr. Duran, you've said on several occasions that you believe some people who originally chose to remain virtual might feel comfortable with hybrid once things were safe. You're right. I cannot wait for my children to return to in-person learning. The problem is, telling us it's safe is not the same as actually making it safe. No APS building was constructed with COVID-19 in mind. To make them COVID safe, we need to address ventilation, the air inside each room. Just so that everyone understands, at the building level, we must bring in more outdoor air and also clean the air inside our buildings. We need 5 to 6 clean air changes in a room per hour. Sadly, I received data this week that shows a significant number of rooms have less than 2 air changes of clean air, some as little as 0.7, a recipe for a super spreader event. Telling someone that a room is perfectly fine without making sure you have fixed the air could cause harm. We also must filter the air that is recirculating in our buildings, especially with the arrival of new variants. I learned this week that we placed some MERV 13 filters in our rooftop systems to clean out pollution from the air. However, the virus is not in our school rooftops. It may soon be in our classrooms. We need to make sure that such filters are placed between classrooms where we now have MERV 8 and MERV 11. These other filters remove none of the smallest particles under 1 micron. And in fact, both ESHRA and Harvard specifically say do not count air going through these filters as clean air. APS engineers did count this air as clean. It was basically like grading every classroom on a curve. Again, I just say we cannot tell people that safe spaces are safe enough for school if they are not. We look forward to working with you as parents and teachers because it is vital to open our schools as safely as possible. Thanks.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Ari A.
Is REA there? Ms. Mercado, can you call the next speaker, please?
Aaron Asimakopoulos.
Good evening. I want to talk about responsibility.
If your house catches fire, you don't immediately point fingers or try to figure out who started it. You get out of the house and call the fire department. Our schools caught fire in March when COVID forced us out of the buildings. It took a while for the firefighters to arrive and assess the situation, but they developed a plan, started putting water on the flames, and methodically worked their way through the buildings to make sure everyone was out. A smoldering structure remains, but the fire is extinguished. Now is the time to make sure it never happens again. The parents, teachers, and students of Arlington need to send a strong message. The county board points to the school board, and the school board points to Superintendent Duran. He is the individual that was given sole responsibility to educate our children during this crisis, and more importantly, develop a plan to return us to a normal posture. It has been 11 months, and he still does not have a coherent plan. Our students continue to decline, and he managed to create a toxic environment where parents and teachers no longer trust each other. He knowingly accepted this job during the pandemic. He knew what was expected of him. He is responsible. We have lost all confidence in his ability to lead Arlington Public Schools now and in the future. So tonight, I publicly call for the immediate termination of Superintendent Duran. The school board is not without blame either. The inept and cowardly way you abdicated your responsibility during this crisis and remained paralyzed by fear and indecision to the point of causing great harm to our children will take years from which to recover. You are not innocent bystanders. Your silence caused irreparable damage while children and families suffered, and there is nothing you can do to change that. O'Grady, Goldstein, Kennanen, the only honorable thing left for you to do is resign immediately. And to everyone else, put on a mask and get back to work like the rest of us. Lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. Arlington deserves better.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Marianne Gray.
Dr. Duran and the board, hysteria has been substituted for logic, and it is a failing equation. How far behind do APS students have to fall to motivate leadership and change? What is your plan to catch up an entire school district after what will be 1 year of being out of the classroom? There is magical thinking happening in the DMV area that suggests that our kids are similarly situated to other kids in the country, and everyone is equally behind and will eventually equally catch up. This is false. Every child who has had some form of in-person education prior to an APS student is already ahead of them. Which of the countless scientific studies and government leaders citing the safety of in-person school will APS listen to? The CDC and numerous private and public schools have already bravely forged ahead and brought their students back into the classroom. Why won't APS? Why is Arlington County opening preschool programs, and why have daycare programs been open since early summer if the numbers are so wildly out of control and dangerous? The daycare our family uses has been open since June. The staff did not get the vaccine prior to their reopening, did not receive surplus funding for HVAC or MERV 13 filters, do not eat meals outside, take care of kids who are too young to wear masks, do not routinely test children, and operate with the exact same COVID metrics that APS has been using as justification to not reopen. There have been no COVID cases or outbreaks in our daycare since reopening in June. Either the metrics in Arlington make everything so radically unsafe that it should be impossible for our daycare to operate, or there are and have been ways to reopen safely. Every other single industry has at least partially reopened, except for Arlington Public Schools. APS has cowered in the face of a great challenge, failed students in a time of crisis, and made a mockery of our school district. When will it stop?
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Anjali Jolie.
Hi, I'm a mother to 2 APS students, a community member, and an Arlington taxpayer, encouraging, actually demanding you to open schools for in-person learning. It is shameful and embarrassing that the school board is completely abdicating its responsibility to open schools. Teachers are working very hard and doing everything they can to make virtual learning work, but it's just not working for so many students. Board meeting after board meeting, you publish data showing increased learning loss and failing grades, but yet you won't open schools for in-person learning. Through virtual learning, my daughters and many other children are learning virtually nothing. Why are we waiting until February 18th to come up with dates to open schools? All the school districts around us have announced actual dates or are already open. Why are we waiting? Why are we last? Dr. Duran, You are a CEO of a multi-million-dollar organization. If any CEO failed to provide its constituent services, that CEO would have long been replaced by now. The school board should be holding you and themselves accountable, yet there are never any votes nor tangible progress week after week. The goalposts are constantly moving unfairly to support whatever your agenda is. I've heard many times from board members that it's not their job to come up with a return to school plan. You know what? I would be happy to take your seat and then make it my responsibility to come up with a plan to return to school. There are efforts to recall Fairfax school board members, and I would hope, unless we see meaningful progress, there would be similar efforts for the APS board members. I believe history will show that you are committing serious malpractice for our children. Do you want the words malpractice, failure, abdication, lack to be part of your legacy? Don't wait to open schools now. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Courtney Schwartz.
Hello, my name is Courtney Schwartz, and I have a kindergarten son at the Arlington Traditional School. I am here to talk about the IPP process. While our family is new to APS and has never even set foot inside its building, we were impressed by the school before the school year even began. We were drawn to APS by the data as we wanted a school that is both high-performing and diverse. We were immediately struck by the way the school combines unusually high academic expectations with an emphasis on personal character. Our son, like every student at APS, completed the summer reading challenge in which students had to read 50 books over the summer. Meanwhile, he also had to document at least 10 good deeds he had completed in his time off of school. My son was thrilled to add books to his Pause to Read chart every day, but he was even more excited about the Good Deeds Challenge. He spent many hours this summer brainstorming the good deeds he could complete. We noticed the same thing once school began. Through his roughly 20 minutes of homework daily, he has been able to practice his creative writing more than he would otherwise. My husband and I are able to learn more about how he is progressing at school. APS focuses on teaching children facts about the world through song, and our entire family, even our toddlers who are far too young for APS, have learned the 50 states in alphabetical order, as well as a plethora of patriotic songs that are taught through their weekly patriotic song time. Many Arlington parents are eager for their children to get this sort of classical liberal arts education and want their kids to be in a school that offers diversity and excellence in a traditional setting. The 2020-21 waitlist for APS was 560 students deep. APS should consider expanding such coveted programs under the IPP, not considering whether to continue such schools that model the best in public education. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand that as our last speaker tonight. We'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to call in and share their thoughts about so many issues that we are facing today. We are now at recognitions. Tonight we have a recognition for APS participation in the United Way campaign. Carl Seward, Assistant Principal at Gunston Middle School, is our APS United Way campaign chair, and he will introduce this recognition.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair O'Grady, Vice Chair Cannon, Dr. Duran, and members of the school board. Again, my name is Carl Seward, and I'm a proud assistant principal at Gunston Middle School, and have the great pleasure of serving as the Arlington Public Schools chairperson for the United Way Workplace Campaign. We have been so successful, even in the midst of a pandemic, because of the altruism, the genuine and sincere generosity of our workforce. To help me celebrate our successes with this year's United Way campaign is my partner in fundraising, Mr. Jeffrey Brown. He's a development manager for the United Way for the capital area here in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Good evening, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Carl. Before I start, I have two announcements. One, I'm wearing a tie. And the reason that is such a big announcement is it's the first time in almost 11 months I've done that. I was worried that I wouldn't remember how to tie it. And the second is, as a parent of a child that went through the Arlington school system and as an Arlington resident, I think it's a great honor to be able to stand here today and be able to thank the school board and let them know what kind of generosity the school system's employees have, and also to recognize those that make this campaign possible. Now, I don't need to tell anybody that 2020 was very challenging. Like the school year, the campaign was going through many uncharted waters. What we normally do is we assign a coordinator in each school. And what that coordinator does is they help build awareness. They put up posters and tent cards in the break room. They make sure that pledge cards are available, and they answer any questions about the campaign. But what they also do is they make the ask. And there's an old adage in the nonprofit world that the number one reason that people don't give is because they were not asked. And that is a really key role that coordinators do. But because of virtual learning, we didn't have coordinators this year. And a lot of that fell to Carl. And I've worked with Carl on 2 previous campaigns. He knew coming in that there would be a lot more heavy lifting for him this year. He didn't complain, and he was up for the task. In fact, I think it's impossible for Carl to complain about anything. He's a joy to work with, and he was critical when it comes to the success of this campaign. He was instrumental in creating a video that went out to all employees to let them know where their donations go. And he also created a series of heartfelt and entertaining emails that went out during the campaign to let employees know how to give online, but also, the importance of their gift. And also, he included some entertaining trivia questions in this to kind of make it fun and to add some entertainment value to this. So, thank you, Carl. We could not have done this without you. I'd also like to thank Dr. Duran. I know this is his first year being involved with the campaign, and his ask in December during one of his Monday morning messages really helped during the final push of the campaign and to make things successful. Now, in wrapping things up, I must have been a bad boy in 2020 because Santa brought me COVID for Christmas. On Christmas Eve until early January, I was flat on my back. And just when I thought I was getting better, I had a relapse and ended up in the hospital for a couple nights. Now, I'm very lucky. I'm okay now, but I'm also lucky I had a warm house to recuperate in and a loving wife who nursed me back to health. But there are a lot of people in our community that don't have those same advantages. Homeless, people living at or below the poverty line, people that lost their job because of shutdowns, and the donations that went out this year, many of them went to help people like that. They also went out to help other causes like animal welfare, the environment, and different other health issues that people have, cancer, diabetes, you name it. There's a wide spectrum of assistance that was given through this campaign. And to bring things full circle back to my opening announcements, it is my great pleasure and honor to say that this year, $39,974 was raised in the campaign, just $26 shy of $40,000. It's a great testament to the wonderful employees of the Arlington Public School System. I can't thank you enough. I have a certificate here that I will frame and give to Carl next week that thanks you. And so the last thing I want to say is on behalf of United Way of the National Capital Area, all of our partner agencies, and most importantly, the people and the causes that are getting help because of the generosity of the employees of the Arlington County Public Schools. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always an honor to come here and speak before you and to let you know of the wonderful employees that you have. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Brown. And with that, I would like to turn to our superintendent, Dr. Duran. Dr. Duran.
Yes, I really want to thank Mr. Seward for your leadership and making sure that this happened, and you took on an additional task during this very busy time, and a very important one that shows and reflects all of our commitment of our employees who gave to this. So thank you very much for doing that. And Mr. Brown, thank you for your words, and we look forward to continuing our relationship and partnership with United Way for all the great things you do to our community here, our local community, but also what the United Way does nationally and internationally. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran and Mr. Seward and Mr. Brown as well. I want to thank you for your leadership, and I want to definitely, on behalf of the school board and the system, thank all of our staff for being so generous that we are so close to $40,000. This is incredible. We want to thank you for that. We know you all have so many things going on in your lives right now. We appreciate you thinking of others at this time. Thank you both very much. We are now at an, go ahead, please, Mr. Seward.
Oh, no, I was just saying thank you. And Jeff Brown has been a fantastic partner from the United Way. So thank you, Dr. Duran. Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Thank you, Arlington Public Schools. And thank you, Mr. Jeffrey Brown.
Thank you both. We are now at announcements. Monday, February the 8th at 2 p.m., there will be a virtual policy subcommittee meeting. The work session on the CIP that was scheduled for February 9th has been canceled. However, the board will hold a virtual closed meeting at 6:30 p.m. that evening. And on February 11th, we will have a virtual closed meeting at 5:15 p.m. Now I'd like to invite my board colleagues to make any announcements if they have them, and I'd like to start with Ms. Diaz-Torres. Any announcements?
I do. Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I have announcements from 3 of my liaison schools. I'll begin with Drew Elementary School. I'm excited to share a couple of updates about amazing things that have actually happened over the last several months, and then one that is forthcoming. Over the last several months, Drew has been partnering with the McLean Bible Church to give between 300 and 400 boxes of fresh fruit, vegetables, milk, and eggs every single week, and with the Arlington Links to create a food pantry with non-perishable food items to supplement the fresh foods. They also received a $10,000 grant to support the purchase of books for every single student this summer and fall. And then looking ahead, Drew is actually in the running to receive 600 kits to support their students' learning in STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. The final round interview is this week, and I hope that everyone will join me in wishing them luck in the final round. My next announcement is about Fleet Elementary School. The Fleet community is very excited to announce that their new playground equipment is officially open, and the entire community would like to express their gratitude to the school board for providing the additional funding and to the staff who helped facilitate the build. And then finally, from Arlington Community High School English teacher Paula Lamina was awarded the 2020 High School Teacher of Excellence Award by the National Council of Teachers of English at their virtual convention late last calendar year. We are all so proud of her recognition. She is a fantastic teacher and a leader in the ACHS community and supports our students with meeting the competencies in her class, as well as teaching dual enrollment English with Northern Virginia Community College. This provides a great transition for our students to Northern Virginia Community College. So I hope that everyone will join me in praising Ms. Lamina.
Thank you, and congratulations to her, and good news from your other schools. Ms. Diaz-Torres, thank you. I understand Mr. Goldstein has a few announcements. Mr. Goldstein?
I do, thank you. And also I have announcements from 3 of my liaison schools. So first, at Swanson Middle School, they held a contest for their literary magazine, The Wavelength, last month, and the prompt was to capture a winter moment or story in writing or art in response to any of the following: the perfect snow day, a magical winter wonderland, or a cultural tradition associated with the season. So there were 3 finalists in each of the categories, the art category and the writing category. Finalists in each category will receive a fabulous prize. Fabulous, that's what it says here. A fabulous prize. You can view all of these and many more creative works on Wavelength online. At Arlington Science Focus School on Wednesday, February 17th, Science Focus will hold their annual Family STEM Night. This year, the event will be virtual, led by Investigation Station teacher Stephanie Lynn and her team of teachers. Many exciting learning opportunities will be virtual for the Science Focus families. Also, Science Focus ITC, Instructional Technology Coordinator, Charles Harvey, has been selected as the Teacher of the Year from the Veterans of Foreign Wars VFW Post 3150. His work in leadership with the Science Focus students through the news, studio, and technology, and leadership were highlights of him receiving this award. And finally, at the Arlington Career Center, they welcomed the return of Level 2 CTE students this week. The CTE programs that are back in person are auto tech, collision repair, barbering, cosmetology, culinary arts, electricity, and EMT, emergency medical technician. And that's the end of my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, for those announcements. I also have a few announcements to make tonight. First, I'd like to provide an update on communications. Since our last school board meeting, we have received messages on the phased return to hybrid in-person learning plan. The board members and superintendent review all emails and receive a weekly report of messages received for consideration. Questions related to the reopening of schools should be directed to engage@apsva.us or submitted via the online form. Due to the volume of messages received, it may take staff some time to reply to the messages. We appreciate the community's patience. Updates and information on the reopening of schools are shared by Dr. Duran via School Talk every Tuesday and at each board meeting under the monitoring agenda item. Finally, school board members continue to host weekly virtual open office hours. Based on the high interest in the community, open office hours is now being held as a forum for board members to listen to comments and concerns from as many community members as time will allow. Following each open office hours, board members provide a report of all participant comments to the full board and the superintendent. To participate in open office hours, please sign up using the Sign Up Genius link that is shared via School Talk and posted on the APS homepage on Friday afternoons. I will be hosting the next open office hours on February 8th from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m., and we appreciate the community's ongoing engagement, especially during these unprecedented times. Dr. Duran, do you have some announcements for us this evening?
Yes, thank you, Chair O'Grady. I have several announcements this evening. First, want to start with saying Happy Black History Month. This year for Black History Month, we will be celebrating the history and legacy of historically black colleges and universities that are often referred to as HBCUs. And I think it's very important for us to highlight HBCUs this year, particularly as it relates to education and our current Vice President Kamala Harris, who attended Howard University, but also because it's important for the community to know the pivotal role that these institutions of higher learning played in educating and preparing African American students for success. So each week during Black History Month, we're going to highlight a different aspect of the HBCU experience. This week we started with providing the history of HBCUs. Next year we'll highlight HBCUs throughout the DC region. And later this month, we'll share profiles of influential HBCU graduates and APS staff members and student alumni who've attended an HBCU. So I invite everyone to share, join in, and get involved in this conversation in your classroom, your schools, your community. Regularly visit our website as additional information and virtual events are added throughout this month, and we have the website there. Also, this is our School Board Appreciation Month, and I just want to take a moment to thank all of our school board members for all the work that you do. It's often a thankless job and a job that's very difficult in this time, but it's a job that I know is done by each and every one of you because of your passion and your commitment to our community and to our students. Making tough decisions, developing policies, managing complex situations is not something that's easy to do, and yet you do it with such grace and dedication and passion. And so I wanted to just say thank you, and I hope that all of us will join in this month, finding a way to thank and recognize our school board members and the work that they're doing to make APS and our students and communities safe and a place for all students to learn and staff to feel that they're a part of our community. So thank you to all 5 of you. Also, a lot of thank yous and exciting things this month, but this week is National School Counseling Week, and we're celebrating so many of our counselors who are working right now focusing on making sure our students have that social emotional learning, their academics, college and career planning is coming up for many of our secondary students. And really thinking this week, we want to focus that on the theme of school counselors, all in for all students, and that's by the American School Counselor Association. It's very fitting for the time that we're in as our counselors are going above and beyond to help foster the success of all of our students. We have in APS 128 school counselors who serve in many different positions, whether it's director of counseling, school-based administrators, K-12 counselors, English learner counselors, college and career counselors. And on the slide, you see the breakdown of counselors in elementary, middle, and high schools. Our school counselors spend at least 80% of their time in providing, and sometimes much more than that, in direct services to students, as well as in collaboration with families, teachers, and administrators. And so we're really thankful for all the work that they do, and we cannot thank them enough for all that they're doing. But let's find a way to thank them and celebrate them this week as we honor National School Counseling Week. This slide is highlighting the exemplary work of the school counselors pictured here, who actually most recently helped their schools earn the highest honor from the American School Counseling Association, known as RAMP. And this is an excellent opportunity for our school division, but also these schools to be honored for excellence in school counseling. So thank you to Jennifer Badinger at Randolph Elementary, Gina Rocco and Heather Davis at McKinley Elementary, and Aaron Upton and Danielle Fuller at Fleet Elementary for their work in leading APS to be once again recognized for the powerful work that they're doing in school counseling. The application for pre-K and elementary school option programs opened this past Monday, and if families are interested in applying for a pre-K program or an elementary option school, they're also able to submit an application through an online portal. And there are important application deadlines that I want to make sure that our community is aware of. April 15th is the application deadline. The 22nd will be the lottery. April 30th will be the lottery notification. And then May 14th will be the accept or the decline deadline. And so I'd like to remind families that this is not a first come, first served process, because some families are able to submit their application anytime during that window. But it is important that they are submitted by the 15th. If you know of a family that needs assistance or you need assistance with completing your application, you can contact our Welcome Center. The phone number is there. You can also visit our website for more information. But make sure that if you are interested or know someone that is, to get that information out to them. Really excited about our meal service that we have here. We have more than 1.4 million meals served this far since the beginning. And we're excited that this continues. But one thing I want to highlight is our emergency meal kits that have been served today to provide 3 stable meal kits. We had a previous inclement weather opportunity where some families did not get meals. And so our food and nutrition services staff really became creative and innovative and found a way to provide emergency meal kits to families. And those were just served today. So thank you for that. There's also an adjustment at the Arlington Career Center site, now that we have those students actually return back to some in-person learning. So there's a new pickup location there at door 13 near the playground. And families, again, we remind you, you can choose to pick up meals at any of our 22 locations or our 7 drop-off locations. Really excited about an opportunity to share with the community that we're partnering with Cigna to provide school support line for some of our high schools as a pilot. And this school support line is really available in a way to help families and students who may be in crisis or need some support. We are participating in a pilot, as I said, so it's not at every one of our schools, but it's at Washington Liberty, Arlington Community High, Arlington Career Center, HB Woodlawn, Secondary Program, and Langston and New Directions. And this line is available now, and it will be available as a pilot through September for vital resource, crisis support, and referral. It is 24/7, 365 days, so all year long, no matter even holidays. And it's available for students ages 14 and over, and also staff or parents that might need this. So it's also available for adults. Staff on the line that when called are available and are trained in crisis response in English and Spanish, and there's also a language line available for other languages. You can call in to get support and be linked to some of our Arlington local resources. It's completely confidential. Callers will be asked for their name and school to verify that they're part of our APS, but there is no, that information will not be shared with anyone. The school sites that volunteer to participate in this pilot will be distributing more information about this service to their school communities through email, flyers, and other means. So we're really excited to start this partnership and see how we can provide support to our students our families or staff that may be in crisis. Some very important upcoming calendar dates. Monday marked the start of the third quarter and the midpoint in the school year. We also celebrated the return of Level 2 CTE students, or Career and Technical Education students, on Wednesday. I'll share some highlights on that in the monitoring report. As a reminder, tomorrow was an early release day for elementary students only to allow professional learning in preparation for in-person learning model and the transition. And Monday, February 8th is an early release for all students. Even though this is a Monday and an asynchronous day, there are often interventions or perhaps scheduled small group meetings that take place after 1 p.m. So those will not take place after 1 on this coming Monday. Tomorrow is an asynchronous day for secondary students, grades 6 to 12, where our teachers are learning in some professional development opportunities to help prepare for the concurrent learning model. Report cards will be issued on February 9th for middle and high, and on February 17th for elementary. And February 15th is a holiday for staff and students for President's Day. Parent-teacher conferences are Thursday, February 25th for elementary, and February 26th for elementary and middle. And during conferences on Thursday, February 25th is an early release day for elementary students, and no school for elementary and middle school students on Friday, February 26th, to accommodate those parent conferences. We are getting close to the start of our annual budget, starting later this month. There are a couple of important dates to keep in mind. On February 25th, I will be proposing my proposed budget, presenting that on February 25th. Also will be our first work session, and we have many work sessions on the budget that will be posted and that you can see here that will be coming. March 23rd will be the public hearing on my proposed budget. And you can see many other dates here on this slide in the months to come. A lot of work on the budget is already underway. The full list of meeting dates and work sessions for the budget are posted on the website, and the community is invited to please follow along since all of the meetings will be live streamed. We encourage you to weigh in on what's being proposed, send in your questions on Engage section with our form that's listed there about the budget. As always, I'd like to conclude with updates on where we are with our school board action plan. Tonight, we will be presenting a monitoring report on the pre-K to adult instructional programs and pathways, also known as the IPP. The community engagement process will begin next week, and tonight's report will also include many dates and times for community meetings, along with details about the community questionnaire in this process. And also, our initiative to review the operations and relationship between APS and school resource officers is continuing to move forward, having held a team building exercise and a work group meeting at the end of January. And the group will next meet on February 16th and will continue meeting regularly until recommendations are presented in June. And finally, 2 of the 3 school renaming processes are underway at this time. The process for the new neighborhood elementary school at the Key site is wrapping up this month, and the process for the new building at the Reed site, which will be the home for most of the McKinley Elementary School students, began last week. And the third process, which is for the consideration of renaming at the Key Immersion program, will be held this spring. This evening, we have one policy that's a part of tonight. It's the internet policy, and it's one of the board's consent items. We currently have 2 draft policies available for community members to share their comments on using an online form on our Engage website. And those are the aquatics facilities and program policy, which is open for comment through February 15th. And the second is the staff electronic technologies acceptable use policy, which is open for comment through March 2nd. And those conclude all of my announcements for this evening. Chair O'Grady, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. I appreciate that, and would like to turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments regarding your announcements. I'd like to start with Mr. Pretty. Mr. Pretty?
Yes, on the school support line. So it said 14 and over, and it listed the schools there. So by my calculations, it looks like that Wakefield and Yorktown are the only 2 schools that have kids over 14, not including the middle schools, on that list. So just wanted to make it a point. Do they, if they are in crisis or they need mental help, they call who? Their counselors or? Who would they?
Yes, in all cases, even students at those schools should call their counselors. This is an opportunity to have something 24/7, and it's a pilot, and we hope to be able to expand it to, if it's very successful, to other secondary programs. But yes, for those students that are not at one of those schools in the pilot, absolutely should call their counselors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pretty. I'm going to go next to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a comment on that same topic, the Cigna School Support Line pilot program, which I think is terrific. And, congratulations to Cigna and to us for, partnering this way, addressing the needs of the social and emotional needs of the high school students who, as we know, during this pandemic, we are hearing, more and more social and emotional problems, both nationwide and here in APS. So I'm very glad we're doing this. My comment is, would it be possible to put a link to this support line pilot on the top of the APS homepage? Over on the left of the homepage, there are several links, but you want to make sure it doesn't get buried off the screen. And also to put it at the top of each one of the 6 schools' homepages. Is that something that we can do?
Yes, I do know that for the schools participating, that they are working on getting that on their website and having that available. I can also see how we can put it on our main district website. But on the schools that are participating, they are working on getting that on their website and other flyers and information. But we certainly can see what we might be able to do for our own main webpage.
Good, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think it'd be an important addition for us.
Thank you. I'm going to go next because my other 2 colleagues don't have comments or questions at this time regarding your announcements. Dr. Duran, I just wanted to say thank you so much for highlighting the HBCUs, the historically black colleges and universities. They played an important role in African Americans attaining higher education, and I think this is a great way to highlight them as a part of Black History Month. Appreciate the work by our food services leaders to ensure that families will have ready-made meals ready to go in case there's an emergency and we can't reach them during snow days or other days. I also wanted to ask you, could you please talk a little bit more about the training for teachers that's going to be happening, unless you're planning on talking about that later? You mentioned that we're going to have more training for our teachers, and that's one of the reasons we're having an early release day. Didn't know if you could
the training that's coming up for the early release day tomorrow, and actually was today as well for that group, is on the concurrent model. It's for our secondary teachers and our teachers that are going to be using the new model on how to implement that, some strategies on how to implement the concurrent teaching model.
Thank you very much. Just want the community to know that we are working with our teachers to ensure that they are ready to teach our students in the best manner possible in whatever method we are using at a particular time. So we do appreciate the opportunity for our teachers to have additional training there. Thank you. We are now at the consent agenda. Prior to voting, I want to share that the board agreed to remove the Advisory Council on Teaching and Learning brief, ACTL, from consent. This item was removed so that teaching and learning staff and ACTL committee members can further discuss their reports that were shared with the staff and the board in late December. At our next regular meeting, Dr. Duran will update the board and community on recommendations from the Distance Learning Task Force, which has read and considered the feedback from ACTL. And at that time, board members will have the opportunity to ask questions about distance learning and any recommendations. We are also scheduling an additional work session with ACTL in April, so we can hear more from the committees on their findings and their recommendations. We value the work and information provided by ACTL as we continue to navigate distance learning. We are now ready to act on consent. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The clerk will call the roll.
All in favor, please say yes. Those opposed, say no. Mrs. Diaz-Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein,
Yes.
Dr. Cannonen,
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady,
Yes.
Mr. Pretty.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Mercado. I would like to announce that under consent, the board made appointments to the naming committee for the new elementary school at the Reed site and to the Budget Advisory Council. We also approved the temporary change to funding for the 2021 School Moves project, and we adopted revisions to School Board Policy M-8 Internet. Finally, I'm very pleased to announce that the board appointed Dr. Kristen Devaney as Supervisor of Counseling for APS. Dr. Devaney has 20 years of experience in counseling ranging from pre-K through post-secondary education. She began her career as a school counselor in New York, where she also taught undergraduate students, and she continues to teach graduate students and counselors in training. Dr. Devaney joined APS in 2003 and has been a counselor at Washington Liberty High School since 2004. For the last 4 years, she's served as co-director of counseling there. During her time at Washington Liberty, Dr. Devaney has focused on supporting the whole child with an emphasis on building social emotional skills. She instituted several programs and services such as Mindful Mondays, the Mindfulness Relaxation Room, the Lunch Diversion Program, and weekly advisory lessons. We look forward to her continuing contributions as the new supervisor of counseling. Congratulations, Dr. Devaney. I believe you may be here.
I'm here. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I'm happy to be here tonight, so thank you for having me, and thank you to the school board and Dr. Duran. I'm really excited to assume this new role, so thank you so much for the opportunity.
We're excited to have you, and who do you have with you there?
I have my 2 girls with me. I have my older daughter, Kara, my younger daughter, Taylor.
Oh, I'm sure they're very proud of you, and we are very proud of you and excited to have you in this new position. Thank you very much for your service in advance.
And congratulations, Dr. Devaney. What a great week to be appointed, right? It's National School Counseling Week, so very
That's
fitting.
right.
And
Very
I know
appropriate.
you'll do a great job in leading all of our counselors in this new role. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now at the monitoring items section of the agenda. Our first monitoring item is the school year 2020-2021 update. We use this time at each meeting to review with the superintendent the current educational delivery model, as well as the intentional steps we are taking to safely return to in-person learning. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady and school board members for always the opportunity to present this evening. Before I do, I want to address the public comments we heard earlier. I know that how hard the pandemic is for everyone, and I do certainly know that right now there are a lot of desire to be back in school, a lot of to be safe, and I want everyone to know that we are all wanting our students back in learning, and we are all wanting to do what we can to ensure that that happens as quickly and safely as possible. And so the information I want to share tonight, we'll talk to you about where we are with that and where we're going. For me, it's really important to make sure that we spend the time that we have to take the time and know that we're ready to go where we need to go next, to ensure that all of our safety measures are in place, and so following the guidance and making sure that our staff, students are safe and prepared. And so we are doing that. I am committed to doing that, and we will be moving forward in the way that is best for all of our students and staff. If I can have the PowerPoint up, please. So I want to start with our health and data information and that we normally share each time. And important to remind and think about, how do we make those decisions? So how are we doing that? What are we considering? And using the Virginia Department of Health and the CDC guidance, that is the most current one, we understand that we have to consider the full spectrum of all the risks in our community. Looking at the implementation of mitigation strategies, looking at school readiness, the capacity at each of our buildings, and any indication of virus spread among those reporting in person. And all of those are the key factors used in combination with health metrics, which I will review on the next few slides, as we think about when and how we can provide any in-learning opportunities. And we are providing some right now, so we'll talk about how that plays into our decision as well. The data presented on this slide is as of last Friday. It is the data that we report every week on each Friday. with where we are with regards to our health metrics. It directly aligns with CDC and VDH guidance in terms of how we list this data. And the key indicator for evaluating transmission risk per CDC include the 14-day case incidence and the percentage of, or the RT-PCR tests that are positive. And while we've seen a slight decrease in the total number of cases since last week, we still remain in the highest risk category for that indicator. All of our operational metrics on this slide can be, you can see here there's a link to that, and we will be able to look at that, and we look at it regularly, but the community can click on the link and look deeper at what we're doing in all those various areas. But there isn't no substantial changes where we are with where we are headed, but we do remain, and I remain confident that we're continuing on our mitigation strategies and how we can properly implement those. We also are carefully monitoring exclusions, and we always have, for any indicators of disease transmission in our school. On Friday, January 29th, we updated our COVID-19 dashboard with the data showing total exclusions among staff and students reporting in person to date since November 1st. And exclusions also have positive COVID cases and close contacts in this chart that you can see. And just a few points. Of the 1,311 employees who reported in person, we've received 3 reports of positive cases the week of January 23rd and 79 to date since November 1st. Among the 320 and 850 student athletes, there have been 3 reported positives in the past week and 19 since November 1st. And while there are a greater number of close contacts reported for each group, this also is an encouraging data that mitigation is working in level 1. There is no further breakdown of the data by building or level at this point because of the small number, but as we have more and more students and staff reporting, that will be reported in that way. We also are excited with the new health screening platform that we are able to show some more information for our students and our families who've been asking about this. And also, we will be able to do that with the new health the new health application that I'll talk about shortly. What we can see here is some of the key takeaways remain, as I've already stated, that we're in the highest category. There is some decline that we've seen very little recently, but that is starting to see. The percent positivity rate continues to be in the moderate risk, and several of the secondary indicators move between low and moderate categories week after week. We see a moderate impact in our schools with the data that I just showed you on this previous slide, with some positive cases and close contacts among our staff, students, and student athletes. We have not had, per the VDH definition for outbreaks, we have not had any outbreaks in any of our in-person opportunities here in APS. The next slides are progress with employee health screening and vaccinations and some updates on that. And very first, the health screening platform that you see here. This kicked off on Monday, February 1st, and this is an opportunity for us to use a system that will have employees receive a link daily to complete, whether they're virtual or in person. Those that are reporting in person will have their temperature taken on site, and the platform will help us to process and report exposures and have that data on the previous slide that I was talking about. It allows us to have the ability to show that, to track better for contact tracing purposes. And we'll also be moving to using this for our students in the coming weeks. I have received some questions regarding why are we collecting this data for all employees, even those that aren't reporting in person? Well, two reasons. This is an important mitigation measure to ensure all employees become accustomed to a daily health check requirement. We want people to begin to get into practice and establish an accurate real-time record of our health information. And secondly, again, this will help us to have that reporting that we talked about previously to help track positive COVID-19 cases, to be more transparent about that, and to have that data more readily available. And that's important for us to understand, and you'll see in a future slide, I'll talk about how we have to understand our ability to see what the impact has been, if there has been any impact, and we'll talk more about that shortly. For vaccines, very grateful, continue to be very grateful. Here in Syfax, in our building on the first floor, I see it every day when we pull up, and even today coming to the school board meeting, there was a long line in the parking lot. Very grateful to see all the work being done with Arlington Health Department, and we continue to see many more individuals getting the vaccine. Vaccinations of our staff begin January 16th, and right now 50% or more of our staff have requested or scheduled appointment to receive their first dose. According to the latest data from the Arlington County Health Department, as of the 29th of January, over 3,400 APS staff had received their first shot. We're also working closely to ensure that staff will have access to their second dose in the course of the next few weeks, which is within the proper time frame for those that started on the 16th. And that notice should be coming very soon to all those individuals. Public Health continues to add new vaccination appointments for APS all the time. And so for staff, I encourage you, if you've not yet received your first vaccination, to check the Eventbrite for appointment availability. It is updated frequently as new vaccine supply is received. And we do have a COVID vaccine webpage. And if you have any questions or need support or know anyone that does, we have an email that you can see here, or also a phone number for those that may need assistance or have questions about that. But really excited to see the progress happening here. The next slides are some of the information that a lot of people have been asking about our reopening plans, on dates, what's happening, what's next, what are we thinking. So here, this is the most recent guidance from last month in January from the Virginia Department of Education and the Virginia Department of Health, which really gave school divisions 5 steps to consider when to reopen and have in-person learning. The first step is really around a self-assessment of our implementation of mitigation strategies, specifically looking at masks, social distancing, hygiene, cleaning, disinfecting, contact tracing, all the procedures that we need to do if someone becomes sick with COVID-19 in one of our schools or buildings. We are conducting this assessment on an ongoing basis to make sure that our measures we have are consistently implemented and that we're ready to ramp them up for our larger groups that will be coming in. And this is exactly a part of why we asked teachers to come back to school this week and last week. Level 2 and Level 3 teachers returned to prepare in person and to ensure they're comfortable with their health and safety protocols. And for staff who came and had questions or concerns and want to share feedback, I encourage you to share your feedback directly with your principals regarding any mitigation and instruction and strengths or gaps you see. We'll also be gathering individual feedback in a comment form that I will share in my staff message next week, so you can share information with us and with me about from the division level. But it's important to first directly speak with your principals or your supervisors if there's any questions, particularly around something in your building. But again, you will be receiving feedback form to complete. This will allow us to give direct input to us based on your professional learning and your practice of mitigation. So that's the very first part about self-assessment. The second one is really to look at the level of school impact in the schools that we do currently have open. And we do have, as I indicated, 1,311 employees and over 300 students in Level 1 and over 800 students in athletics. And now, as of this Wednesday, we'll have more students I'll talk about at the Career Center. And so what has been the impact there? And as you saw in my previous slide where I talked about the data, we've seen a medium impact in our schools. And that's really thanks to the work of all the staff and those who have been adhering to those procedures. The third, you can see here, is to understand what is the community transmission. Where are we with that? And as I indicated already previously, we are in the highest risk category based on the CDC guidance for that. And steps 4 and 5 is where then, based on those 3 factors, to look at specific needs of our community and then to think when we shall begin to prioritize the student groups. And to do that, there is the decision matrix from the Virginia Department of Health that, given those 5 things that we're considering, we will look at this chart to begin to see where are we in terms of groups of students that could and should begin to be brought back in person. Well, clearly, as I've stated, we're in the highest for our cases, so you can clearly go to the far right column, the highest, that's the red. And then we have to look at and assess the level of impact and our ability to implement mitigation strategies. As I've indicated already, based on what we've seen the impact, we're in the medium impact. And based upon where we're beginning to see our mitigation, and we're understanding more and more about that, we are moving from needing improvement to mitigation needs some improvement or significant improvement. So I think right now we're moving to in the middle area there as well. So as we think about that, we're in the high risk level defined by CDC. I still want to remain cautious with an emphasis on what we'll do to protect all of our staff and students. But clearly, as we look at this matrix and as we look at those 5 decision-making points, that puts us in the middle of the column on the far right, which says priority learners should be in school. And so at that point, priority learners are our earliest learners. They are our early elementary ages, our students with disabilities, and English learners. And so when we think about where we are right now, that is where we're in the process of making the decision on when do we move forward and how do we do that. So we are continuing to move forward with the phased return to school plan. We've had students with disabilities and in-person learning support since November. That's been helpful to understand all the mitigation and make sure we're prepared and support those students who need that. We've also and they're 4 days a week. We also have in-person learning support. We have very safe opportunity that's been happening in our learning support programs. We've had workspaces where we've seen safe opportunities for small groups of students. And that's been at 4 elementary schools and 5 high schools. And additionally, this week, we welcome back the first group of over 200 career and technical education students for hands-on in-person instruction on a rotating schedule at the Arlington Career Center, which I'll talk about in a moment. And so as we continue to see the transmission rate at the highest risk level, as we continue to do that, we have to make sure where are we and how are we able to then move our priority learners based upon the 5 decisions and where we are. So with all that in mind, we are in the process of finalizing where we are in the mitigation, how we're best prepared to do that, and we will be announcing dates for those groups of students who signed up for the hybrid model at the next board meeting. Our earliest learners as we saw, our grades pre-K to 2nd grade, those will be in our next group to return. And I am certainly aware of the announcements of other divisions in Northern Virginia and others that are moving forward, but we're going to take the time to do what this is asked and to do our own self-assessment to understand our school system and to make sure that we're safe and ready to go back in person for our students and our staff. And we have some students in place and we'll continue to support them. We did so this week. And we're going to continue, and I'm going to continue to make decisions to best serve the needs of students in Arlington while ensuring the health and safety of everyone. And our timelines and plans are informed by the guidance I just shared, and we will be moving forward to making sure that we follow that and have students in place. And we will have those dates shared at the next board meeting, and we will move forward appropriately, cautiously, but also at the right speed for our students who need to be in person and have that support. I was very excited, and I know that our students and our teachers were that I spoke to on my visit to the Arlington Career Center. This past Wednesday, we welcomed back students there, but I know no one was more excited than Principal Margaret Chung. You can see her on the top there welcoming students back, cheering them on as they arrived in the buses. And the students and teachers wasted no time in getting right to work, and I was able to visit a few classrooms and see the auto tech, the culinary, EMT, auto collision, and students and staff were hands-on engaged there. And thank you to Principal Margaret Chung and Assistant Principal Corey Maynor and Jessica Baker and all the teachers and staff at the Career Center who are really off and running with this. And thank you also to John Chadwick and Kim Wilkes and Kristen Hadelman and our transportation services. Transportation ran smoothly that day, and all of our students that wanted to be there were there. So very excited to have them back in person and getting that hands-on learning experience. And this group of students have courses and certifications that must be taken. Many of their certifications, for example, the EMT certification is one that must be taken in person. and our students need to be prepared to be able to be successful and pass that exam. And so we're very excited about that first group. And again, we'll have more information about other groups coming up. Air quality efforts are central to mitigation, and we talked about where we are in terms of our mitigation. So I want to provide a few updates on that and some steps we've taken thus far. And it's a lot of questions we have been asked about where we are with air quality. So we're continuing to follow a very layered approach in mitigating the risk during the pandemic. And so what does that mean? These layers are improved ventilation, mask wearing, proper hand hygiene, and social distancing. And having multiple strategies allows us to manage our risk and have those mitigation, the safest mitigation possible. Obviously, there's not one single strategy that can help eliminate the risk completely, so we have to do all we can to reduce the viral load and spread in our spaces. And so we're following reference guides and ventilation recommendations from the CDC Ventilation and Building Guidance that was updated on December 21st, 2020, and also the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers for building operations that have been available. And there are links here if community or staff are interested in seeing more about that. APS, we also asked CMTA, which is an independent consultant, to evaluate our current ventilation systems for compliance with building codes and occupancy levels. And we've taken the following 6 steps to improve ventilation in our classrooms. We've checked equipment for proper operations, including exhaust fans, dampers, and controls. We've upgraded filters, for example, from MERV 8 to MERV 11, and other units from MERV 11 to MERV 13. We've changed out filters on a regular cycle for all ventilation systems. Put in some processes for recommending how windows and doors can be open, obviously when weather conditions allow, but that helping to increase the outside air. Installed 650 already installed certified air cleaning devices in initial classroom spaces where outside air changes do not meet recommendations or have filters rated less than MERV 13, and have reduced occupancy levels in spaces where the ventilation cannot be increased. So those are some of the key 6 steps already taken. This slide here, if people are interested in seeing more about strategies, this explains Harvard's guide to checking ventilation rates in classrooms and the guidance that we have considered on additional supplemental air cleaning strategies, and we've implemented many of these strategies in our classrooms. And as I stated, we've already installed 650 certified air cleaning devices to some classrooms that did not meet the recommendations, and an 800 additional of those devices have been ordered to provide one for every single classroom. And we will provide additional devices, certified air cleaning devices, for spaces such as main offices where the outside air changes do not meet recommendations. And all of our devices, the CACD devices, are the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers and the California Air Resources Board certified and Underwriters Laboratory rated. And they all have true HEPA filters in them. Closely tied to air quality is a safe distance approach to how to provide lunch, and providing options for outdoor lunch as obviously space and weather conditions allow. So we've already planned for and we've communicated plans for how to successfully and safely serve lunch indoors, and that was all in accordance with the safety guidelines from the CDC and VDH. So we've already have that information from them. But additionally, and we've heard some feedback and questions, so we are convening an internal working group that is developing ideas and general guidance for schools to use when making decisions about how to do outdoor lunch. And outdoor spaces are one consideration and one that can help improve physical distancing and safe meal consumption. The key here to understand is that every school does have different opportunities for that, so we have to work with them. And so we will provide from this working group additional information about the recommendations that are currently in development. At the next board meeting in my monitoring report, we'll have more information on that. At each monitoring report, I'd like to provide an instructional update. We've done that for the last several reports, and so tonight I want to focus on grades 3 through 5. Earlier monitoring reports and 3 through 5 literacy specifically. Earlier monitoring reports, I presented K-2 PALS data, and tonight we're going to focus on our 3rd through 5th grade who took DIBBLES, the Dynamic Indicators of Early Literacy Skills, is what it stands for, screener. All students in grades 3 through 5 are taking the DIBBLES, and it's replacing our PALS Plus for our universal screener for students in grades 3 through 5, which will be administered 3 times a year. We are beginning the mid-year assessment window this week as we speak. It is used as an additional screener for K2 and 6 to 8 students with disabilities as well, but tonight I'm going to focus on grades 3 through 5, as I said. Just to note, assessing 3rd grade students using PALS was optional. PALS is currently only required by the state for K-2, and we'll talk more about that on an information item tonight. But for 3rd grade students, so we have opted this year not to test students in PALS and instead to use DIBBLES. And grades 4 to 5 assessment is not even a state requirement at all. However, we've historically assessed all K-5 students in the area of literacy, and we're no longer using PALS Plus for the 4th through 5th. And so we're now using DIBBLES. I mean, there's a variety of reasons why. Access to the testing materials was extremely high financial costs. The company let us know that the results may not be reliable or valid in a virtual administration, and a variety of other things. But DIBBLES, we really feel is a good battery of short fluency measures that can be used for universal screening and progress monitoring, as it's done 3 times a year. And so the results of DIBBLES assessment are really important for a way for us to understand an individual student learning goals, while also providing support to classroom teachers for how they can prepare instruction for students. And again, monitoring that progress helps raise the awareness of our students who need additional support in those basic foundational and fundamental reading skills. So I want to spend a little time talking about that because it is going to come up later when we have an information item about applying for an alternative assessment and a waiver to the state to be able to use DIBBLES for K-5 and not just for 3rd through 5th, which we are doing. And I think it's an important move that we'll take to be able to build a strong literacy framework. In previous monitoring reports, as you know, I've talked about the notion to see where we are certainly seeing some very concerning data points around literacy. But again, what I've said before, and I want to say it again, is yes, because of the pandemic, we're seeing that, but much of that was there prior. Much of what we're seeing is putting a spotlight on groups of students and an area for us in literacy that was there before, and this has only enhanced it and caused us to really need to pay attention in a way that, I'm taking advantage of this opportunity to say and to show how we can improve upon our literacy instruction. So I'm very hopeful and excited about that, and I'm very hopeful and excited about the information item tonight we're bringing before the board for consideration at the next board meeting. A PowerPoint, please. A student score on DIBBLES provides information about whether or not the student is on track for grade level reading success. And here, and on the subsequent slides, we've compiled some DIBBLES data on our students' composite scores. Composite scores give an empirically derived risk status, and this helps us to communicate the students' overall risk when we think about their performance on each subtest. So 3rd grade students are assessed with subtests and measures of nonsense word fluency, word reading fluency, oral reading fluency, and MAISE, which is a comprehension measure. And our 4th and 5th grade students are assessed on oral reading fluency and MAISE. And so as you can see here on the following slides, the bar graphs that you'll see are in 4 colors. And these colors are the risk categories that are indicated by DIBBLES. So red would be well below reading goals and at risk. And this would tell us that that student requires intensive support. Yellow would be below goals and some risk, meaning some strategic support is needed, targeted additional support in those skills they're having difficulties. Green would mean the student is meeting the reading goal and is at minimal risk. So that student would just require the core support, meaning they're on track in the continual learning instruction. And blue would be they're above goals and is no negligible risk. The student is strongly on track to meet end-of-year reading goals. So this information, when you see it this way, and really having this for all of our students, helps us to understand and helps teachers in intervention, thinking about intervention and schools overall, to know how to plan for their core instruction, to know how to engage students in the monitoring process and make sure that we're meeting their students' needs over time, looking at those risk levels, to plan those interventions properly, to communicate between classroom teachers. So there's so much we can do with this, and also, importantly, communicate with our families about their children and their students and the data we're collecting, and see how they can see the progress. As you can see on this slide, less than half of our students are in the at-risk or some risk categories at the division level overall for each grade level. However, that clearly tells us that the number of students who are requiring intensive or strategic support, which is the help that they need to meet their reading goals at the end, is of concern. And so our mid and end year assessments will also help us determine if students are making expected progress. As I said already, we're now in the part of doing the mid-year assessment. This slide demonstrates reading proficiency and performance by English learner status. And here the level of risk for these students is, again, as I shared, the red, yellow, blue, and green. So here you can see where red and yellow are indicated that these students are the intensive and strategic support. And for our English level 1 and level 2, we have a large number of students there that need that support. And that would be something that we would clearly understand. If you're in English level 1, that's going to be a group of students who needs that direct support. But what you can see here is that fewer students are requiring intensive and strategic support for reading as they grow in their English proficiency. For example, levels 3, 4, and 6. So that's promising to see that there. But it will be very important for all of us that are working with EL students and to support them to really go a deeper diagnostic of their DIBELS results to determine through WIDA, what are some of their other levels and needs of support. This slide is a continuation of the EL data, highlights the difference between proficiencies. Those are proficient, those are non-EL, and those who are temporarily identified ELs. We've talked about that before. Those are students who will likely be identified as one, but the WIDA testing is not yet complete, and a lot of that's related to the virtual situation that we're in right now. But here you can see almost 50% for needing intensive support, and so this again is concerning to us and an area that we need to pay close attention to. It is encouraging, though, that almost 79% of the students in the proficient group, as you can see by the green and blue areas, are in the minimal and negligible risk categories. So that is promising to see here. This slide is our students with disabilities, and here we can see that we make comparisons between this data and our previously reported literacy data on special ed students. There's a lot of alignment there that these students are still striving to master foundational reading skills, and the need to really go deeper and target this group of students is going to be very important. The slide here is the comparison of students based upon race and ethnicity. And as we can see here, almost 24% of our Black students in grades 3 to 5 require intensive support, and 20% of Black students requiring strategic support. This is higher for our Hispanic students, which is 34% requiring intensive and 33% requiring strategic support. So over half of our Hispanic students. And as I've said in the previous slide, it's really important that we go deeper and understand the root causes for some of these difficulties and knowing what our students need. On this slide, and the following two slides actually, we have the comparisons of the students' race alongside their EL status. So here we have Hispanic students result on DIBEL by WIDA level, levels 1 through 4, over 50% of the students requiring intensive and strategic literacy support. This next slide, the data is very similar to the overall data I shared a few moments ago about our performance by EL status, but here we have the comparison of Hispanic students as level 6, temporary English learner and non-English learner. What we have not included here is Hispanic EL students at the proficient level because that number was too small to publicly report. I went ahead one, sorry about that. As you can see here, again, students who are Hispanic and identified as TEL are about 68% needing intensive support. And here we are in the slide that I went ahead to for, which is our last one about DIBELS, where we're showing Black students results by WIDA level. There are no Black EL students from EL level 1 or 2 or proficient because the N count was too small, but we see in levels 3 and 4, 50% of these students requiring intensive support. And as we've seen on previous slides with similar patterns, our EL students who are Black and identified as temporary English learners are at 40% needing intensive support and 30% needing strategic support. So what does all this tell us, and what does this mean, and how are we moving forward? Well, so teachers, specialists, and administrators have received information as how to access and analyze this DIBELS data and reports on their students. Our reading specialists are participating in training on how to use the progress monitoring tools that are provided by DIBELS with guidance on how to routinely monitor student progress. And we expect teachers to engage in instructional planning then that demonstrates an alignment between student data, student needs, and then the continual progress monitoring, and do that for the year, particularly the school year, as we're using this as a foundational data since we've not given this previously for core instruction and planning interventions. And we will continue the testing window the mid-year and then our end of the year testing. And again, as we move forward with using this assessment, and hopefully we'll be successful to do it K-5, but certainly through 5, it will help us to have a better sense of, as a division, where we are and how we can better support literacy. As a school, how a principal can support the literacy of his or her building. And as a classroom teacher, how they can support their students in their classroom. And then as a parent, to understand where their student is and support them along that journey as well. I want to conclude the monitor report, as I always do, with our financial projections. This slide here always shows, we start with the revenue projections. There have been 2 key changes here since the last school board meeting. The county revenue decrease is now projected at $12 million. Previously, all throughout every monitor report I've given, we've had a range of 14 to 21 million. But we've now heard from the county what the projected decrease will actually be. So lower than our range, but still significant at $12 million decrease, but certainly not the 14 to 21. So that's good news, but still concerning that we have the 12. In addition, we've updated the Internet Essentials funding number here from 450 to 500,000, as we actually did receive all 500,000 in funding from the county for that. So right now, you can see for our revenue projections, we have a decrease in revenue of 5.38 million. Our cost projections, this slide is all of our estimated costs. We currently have an estimated increase in costs of 13.21 million. Several changes actually since the last report. Under the health and safety line, we have updated the projected cost of additional bus attendants for level 2, updated the cost for the certified air cleaning devices, since we've purchased them now for every classroom. Under the other, we have included the estimated cost for transportation for season 1 and season 2 athletics and sports. And the cost for season 2 transportation may increase when we move into level 2 students returning in person. And so right now, again, estimated costs are an increase of 13.21. For our savings projections, there are no changes from the last time, 9.58 million. However, we do anticipate to bring more additional updates on this when we do have the mid-year fiscal monitor report, which is at our very next board meeting on the 18th. But right now, again, 9.58. And so the summary of where we are is the total shortfall based on the current information we have, including the allocation of 15 million. We actually now don't have that shortfall that we've been showing because of the county range getting more specific. And that's also as a result of the additional CARES Act funding we received. And so we're now in a better position for fiscal year 21. But as you can see, we will have, and still I'm sure we'll have, more expenses related to COVID-19. So as more students return in person, and as we need to make sure we're providing a very safe environment and following all the mitigation strategies, there may be more costs for that. But currently, with the use of the 15 million from the closeout of fiscal year 20, we now have approximately 6 million surplus here instead of a shortfall that we had been seeing. And that concludes my monitor interim report. Chair O'Grady and school board members, look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that very detailed report, Dr. Duran. And I would like to go to my colleagues to see if they have questions. I'm sure they do, questions and comments regarding your report. Because they're anticipating a lot of comments and questions, I'm going to ask my colleagues to limit themselves to 2 at a time, and we'll go around for whatever number of rounds are needed. And for that, I'd like to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Duran, for the information-filled presentation, as always. Let me ask you my first question. So you've said earlier this week, and of course several times tonight, that you'll be making an announcement at the next school board meeting, February 18th, about return dates. Can you give us a preview of what to expect on February 18th from that announcement? Dates, certainly, but will there also be things like, and I'm just, brainstorming here, possibly adjusted bell times because of the bus, the complications of, busing students all at once, seat continuity for pre-K students, extended day changes, anything like that? Can you give us some kind of preview of what we can be looking forward to on the 18th?
Yeah. On the 18th, what we'll definitely be presenting is what the dates would be for the various levels returning in person. And as I've prioritized and said today, the first group that would be reporting back would be our pre-K to second graders and our countywide special education students at the elementary level. And so we're looking at what those dates might be, and we're looking at some dates for that group sometime in March is what the preview would be. In terms of extended day, we don't currently have extended day. We would not have extended day at that time, so we would not be providing any update to extended day. And if there are changes or modifications to transportation, we may have some of that. We will have some information, like I said, on the guidance that we'll be sharing around outdoor lunch as well.
So just to clarify, when on those dates that you're going to announce, when we go back to in-person learning, extended day will not be in operation?
That's correct.
I got a second one? Okay. There's some school buildings have characteristics that are more amenable to an earlier in-person return. For example, maybe they're meeting ventilation standards, maybe it's a newer building, maybe there's a adequate ratio of teachers for the number of households that have chosen to return. Is it possible to return sooner at those schools that have already met or are most likely to meet sufficient return standards, and not wait until every school meets all those standards?
We are not returning students school by school by school. We are returning them at levels by grade level in those groups, and we're doing that in a way when we are making sure that all of our schools are ready and supporting them through that. So we're not doing it school by school.
Thank you. I'd like to go to my colleague, Ms. Diaz-Torres.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I have one easier question, or more of a clarifying question, and then I have another second question. So I'll separate them into the two separate rounds. The first one is on the Qualtrics Health platform. Dr. Duran, you mentioned that it's going to be available for families and students soon. I presume, based on the previous line of questioning for my colleague, that information will be provided at the February 18th school board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second question is, will it be available in additional languages for students and families whose first language is not English?
I believe so. Mr. Pope, are you able to clarify on additional languages for me?
I can. We will have additional languages. The top 5 are already translated, ready to go, and we're working on additional ones. As the data comes over from Synergy, we will have and be able to send the initial invites in that preferred language that's based on the synergy selection.
Okay, thank you. So that was that first round, and figured that it was going to be pretty straightforward and more of a clarifying question. The second line of questioning I have is on the DIBELS information. So the first question that I have is just, again, a clarifying one. These are data for the beginning of the year assessment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is before any potential intervention this school year. This is based off of any learning loss that may have happened over the summer and wherever students came in as of this fall.
Yeah, this is the beginning assessment. Right now, we're in the middle of the mid-year assessment, and we don't have anything to compare it to since we previously, for 3rd through 5th grade, we're using the PALS Plus. So.
Okay, great. And so my next question is, you mentioned that teachers are getting supports and training and resources on how to use these data. I know that we're going to have a second item later this evening addressing the potential pilot. But do we have any intel on what that training has looked like? What are the resources and support, and what has the reaction been from teachers who are engaging in those resources and support?
Sure, I'll see if Ms. Loft is available to assist with that, or maybe Ms. Silver, I think, might be on as well, but I'll turn to Ms. Loft first.
Sure, I'll start, and then if Lori Silver, our supervisor of English Language Arts, has anything else to add, I'd invite her to join in. So we are doing a really deliberate rollout of the DIBELS resources and professional learning to ensure that our teachers feel ready to not just administer the DIBELS, but then also to use that the student performance data to make some decisions about targeted interventions. As far as the teacher's reception, I think I'll admit it's challenging to roll out a new assessment during the pandemic when our teachers are working really hard to learn how to assess students virtually, and then also to change some of their practices so that they can incorporate these data to inform their instruction. So I think it would be disingenuous to say that this has been an easy rollout, and I think that's largely because of the pandemic and the challenges that our teachers have encountered. That said, there is a great deal of support and targeted support coming from our English Language Arts office, and I'd like Lori to talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. We've also been very collaborative across offices so that we work with ATSS, Kelly Heidner, who's the supervisor of ATSS, and Kelly Krug, who's our director of elementary special education. So we've done a lot of coordination across offices too to make sure that we're working with our lead teachers and our literacy leadership so that they can also provide school level support to teachers as they may need to troubleshoot or as they run into issues, or if they need some problem-solving support, as it may happen in a moment or a day as they're working with students, so they always have someone that they can come back to for feedback. We have tried to be really responsive to how and when we would provide that training to our reading specialists. They are very highly responsible for making sure this is implemented well at schools alongside principal support. So we've had to be cognizant of testing windows. Do people need more time? We have tried to be very aware of what's going on in home environments and situations for students, trying to pull in additional people to be a good contact for families as they may need at-home support for the administration to students. So it's definitely been a learning curve in this environment and adding in a new assessment at the same time. But I have to say that our teachers and our literacy leaders have just been amazing in embracing this work and also giving us feedback that would help us for the mid-year testing window as well, so that we could say, okay, what did we learn from the first administration that we could apply to mid-year and end of year at the same time? So I agree with Bridget. It hasn't been easy, but our teachers have just done an amazing job of making this work and making us have really powerful data on our students, actionable data.
Thank you for sharing that. I think as a predecessor used to say, this is the civil rights, literacy is the civil rights issue of our era. And when you look at the data broken down by demographics and English learners, it's really clear that we see some really dramatic disparities. But it's helpful to hear both of you bring to light how we are working through this and we are modeling that growth mindset, knowing that this is going to give us better data. It is going to be more reliable. It is going to tell us where we need to intervene, and it is going to help us serve our students better, and we're working through that. I think it's really important that we acknowledge and praise and give all of the cheers to all of our incredible teachers who are doing this work in the middle of a pandemic, and just give them the support that they need. So it's good to hear that you all are working on that and then taking that feedback to adjust for the mid-year and end-of-year reporting. Chair O'Grady, that'll be it for me for this round. I will have a second round of questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diaz-Torres. I'd like to go to Mr. Pretty now. Mr. Pretty.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. All right, so first round, let's see. Let's go with ventilation. So, Dr. Duran, from your presentation, you mentioned CDC guidelines, ASHRAE, and the Harvard's guide. You also mentioned that our consultants who are currently working with us to provide direction on how to manage these guidelines. So I just want to clarify the standard for which we are rating our facilities. So we're talking apples to apples. What is it? Is it CDC and ASHRAE? Is it CDC, ASHRAE, and this Harvard guide? Or how are we doing this?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to have our director, Kathy Lynn from Facilities and Operations, to help provide some more clarity on that for you, Mr. Pretty. Ms. Lynn?
Hi, thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, Mr. Pretty. So the guidelines that we follow are commercial building codes, which are the ASHRAE ventilation guidelines 62.1 and 62.2. These ASHRAE guidelines are referenced by the CDC during this time, during the pandemic. So the CDC just recently updated their ventilation suggestions and guidelines on December 21st of 2020, and they reference ASHRAE's guidelines, so we follow those. During this time, the community has also offered some insight for us with the Harvard study that was published for classroom ventilation. So we also looked at that with our consultant. And it really mirrors very well what ASHRAE is recommending and just kind of supplemental strategies we should look into to make sure that we have good ventilation within our classrooms. And all of them really look at increasing the outside air ventilation to the maximum extent possible that our equipment will allow, increasing the MERV rating for our filtration systems so that we have good recycled cycled ventilation in our facilities, allowing our staff to open windows during the shoulder season, we call it, when the conditions, the temperature allows them to have the windows to really increase the outside air ventilation. And then finally, upon recommendation from our parents in the community, installing the certified air cleaning devices in the classrooms where we feel like the ventilation doesn't meet those standards that we have followed. And we have really been, CMTA has really been a great assistance to us in assuring us that our classrooms meet code, and those that don't, we are doing improvements to increase the outside air ventilation that they need to bring our students and staff back to school.
Okay, so just to clarify then, our mitigation procedures that happen, say for classrooms that aren't acceptable, for lack of a better word, we are going through CMTA, that's our consultant, right? We're going through CMTA to make sure that those are accurate measures.
Right, they're giving us their reports. Those schools that they have identified that need further analysis, we have broken them up in phase 1 and phase 2. So they're giving us a more deeper dive into those schools. And then the recommendations that we are following really follow first ASHRAE as our benchmark, and then the supplemental strategies that we're looking at through the Harvard study, which also includes installing those certified air cleaning devices.
Okay, and then just to clarify, are we going to have a chart of classrooms when people go back?
A chart of classrooms that identify
as quote unquote safe to go in or acceptable via these guidelines?
So the very first study that CMTA had published identified all the schools, listed the schools that required more study. The schools that were not listed, they feel that it meets the ASHRAE code, that there's a ventilation that is meets the guidelines. They feel like that we can return our students safely to school. I feel like as our staff really looked into this, and we have decided to also install, a CACD in every classroom, even if it already meets the building code, because we want to give our community a level of comfort, so that, when they bring their students back, or when the staff returns, that there's a level of comfort that we've looked at all the variables.
Okay, I have follow-up, many follow-up questions, but I'll table those because I only have two this round. I'm going to switch gears here, and Dr. Duran, if I can, and thank you, by the way, for your answer.
Thank you.
So I'd like to go back to a question I asked 2 weeks ago about accommodations and what percentage of teachers who have applied for accommodations have received them, since we know that neighboring districts have elevated. There are some that have over 70% that have granted accommodations for teachers.
Mr. Redding, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, can help best answer that question. Mr. Redding?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. So since December 4th, when we reopened this, we have had over 1,000 applications or requests for accommodations. We've processed 582 to date, so that's about 54% of them have been processed. Within that, 93 have been assigned or have been accommodated by providing virtual instruction. So it's about 16% have received that. Others have been accommodated in other ways, which might include additional PPE and provision of modified schedules. So we're at about 16% receiving the virtual or remote work accommodation at this point.
And then still about half the process.
Correct. We're about half, 54% have been completed.
Okay, thank you. I'll have another round, Chair O'Grady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Priddy. I'd like to go to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannon. Dr. Cannon.
Yes, thank you, Ms. O'Grady. So, Dr. Duran, thank you for the presentation. And I'd like to talk, I'm now trying to remember if this was in the PowerPoint, but you had a plan for our various teachers at different grades to be returning to the buildings, not with students. This is on top of the CTE
Correct.
events. But teachers were going to go back to their classrooms to teach from those classrooms for a couple of days to get that experience, sort of get them back in the classroom, maybe give them a chance to learn things about what the occupancy of their room is, how it's posted, different issues they might see. I do want to say I saw some photos on social media earlier and with some teachers that were very excited to be back in their school buildings. It can feel good. We did hear from at least one teacher expressing concerns, realizing in doing that teaching in the classroom, kind of started picturing that and having some concerns. So could you share what teachers who now have questions about based on their experiences, how they can best address those? Who do they talk to? Where do they go to ask questions?
Yes, as I shared in my presentation, the very first step that they should do is directly speak with their principal and their supervisor to share their concerns or questions. And the other thing I shared in my presentation was that we will be having a brief survey feedback form that will go out on my Tuesday message next week for staff to share some things with us overall. But the intent of the going back into the buildings was to understand the building and to understand the mitigation strategies there, and if there are any concerns or questions, to really work directly with their principal.
Excellent, thank you. And I have been and continue to be supportive of the plan and how you're rolling this out, and that we are moving forward. And I think that's great. I do want to ask then, speaking of getting people into buildings, slide 5, which was the virus cases and exclusions that we have had, the record of those. And I don't know if that can be pulled up very quickly to take a look. What I wanted to ask about that slide was, as we go forward, well, first, I want to confirm with you, have we had any outbreaks? And what, if we do, will they also be provided in publicly available information?
We have not had any outbreaks as defined by VDH, what an outbreak is. And if there were to be one, there is actually a website that VDH lists all the outbreaks. So that would certainly be listed publicly.
Okay, and again, outbreaks refer to the difference between a case and an outbreak is a case would be someone who's tested positive. An outbreak is evidence that there has been a transmission within our school building. And we don't have any evidence that that has taken place with the students and staff who are currently in our buildings. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, well, what I said was that per the definition of what an outbreak would be under a VDH, we've had 0. Zach, I saw you came on the screen if you want to talk a little bit more about what that definition is, but per that, we have not had any outbreaks. We have not had one. Zach, do you want to talk a little more about what that definition is beyond that? But
I will. So just to clarify, the Virginia Department of Health uses a nationally recognized definition for outbreaks in epidemiology, which is 3 or more linked cases of transmission at a particular address or based on a particular case. The CDC's definition that they adopted just for COVID is what they call a sudden increase, which is very subjective, which is why VDH did not adopt that definition and continue to use their standard definition. So in order for it to be classified as an outbreak, it would have to be that 3 case number that are linked together to that school address. And that would be reported, obviously, to the health department and would then be displayed on the VDH dashboard.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dr. Cannon, and appreciate that. I have a few questions myself. I'd like to start off, Dr. Duran, asking about materials that students need or will need when they return to school, or if they continue to work through distance learning. At the beginning of the school year, I know we had distributed many materials for students who were going to be working at home, and then we also distributed masks to students as well. And as students prepare to think about coming back in person, are we going to be looking at whether or not that we need to redistribute masks, because we do know that mask is an integral and important part of keeping our community safe, as well as are we going to be looking at, and are we looking at, ensuring that the students who will remain at home have the materials they need to continue to be able to be effectively engaged in classroom experiences?
First, and Mr. Pope, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not believe we distributed masks to all the students. The masks that were provided to schools to be able to share to provide students when they came in person. So I think that our schools do have, and Mr. Pope, correct me if I'm wrong, all of the masks for staff and students when they come in person. We did not give them out for students at home. So that would be, Mr. Pope, is that correct? I want to make sure.
That is, and I will make one clarification. We do have a lot of our schools that are in the 22204 zip code and 22206 that were enrolled as part of a county process in health equity that ran through the Virginia Department of Health and the governor's office. They did receive family kits that were distributed, but in the masks that we purchased for these students were not distributed and won't be distributed until we have return dates.
And for the staff as well, when they return, we have the masks that we purchased for them for in person.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you very much, because I do live in 22204, and my student did receive masks, and I thought I thought they came through for the school system. So I appreciate that, and I'll send the appropriate thank you to the county for that. And I just want to then ask again about materials for students who will remain at home. Did you care to discuss or address that, Dr. Duran?
Ms. Loft, can you help assist with that? I know that that's something that did provide some materials at the beginning of the year through Ms. Loft's leadership and her team putting some stuff together. So Ms. Loft, would you like to comment on what that looked like moving forward? Thank you.
Sure. So at the start of the year, we provided what we called toolkits for students really K through 8, and then some content-based supplies, PE and music supplies, for example. And then we had some differentiated supplies for students in our various special education programs. We do certainly want to be able to work with our community partners to replenish those supplies. I will point out, as Dr. Duran has spoken before, that we are in a bit of a deficit in this fiscal year, and so to be able to send supplies to all of the students who receive them at the beginning of the year won't be possible. But as I said, we are exploring partnerships with various community groups that could help supplement some of the supplies that our students might need.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loft. I appreciate that. And I do know for some students, those supplies are running thin. So anything we can do to work with our community to help us replenish those supplies would be very helpful. I guess because that turned into a two-part question, I will move on, go back to my colleagues since we're going to do a second round. Mr. Goldstein, I see that you don't have additional questions at this time. What about Ms. Diaz-Torres?
I do. I believe my mic is off. Okay, there we go. Or mic is on, rather. I have a follow-up question. I had a question of my own, but I actually want to build on the line of questioning that my colleague, Mr. Pretty, began. If you are of the roughly 500 or so staff members who have submitted for an accommodation and the accommodation has not been addressed yet, it is still in the pipeline, what is your course of action thus at this point? What should you do? And Dr. Duran, if you would like to tap Mr. Redding for that one, that might be the best.
Mr. Redding.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. For our colleagues who are awaiting a response to their accommodation because it's going through the process, because it's still being reviewed, or because we've reached out to their medical providers and we're waiting for responses from them, they continue in the mode they're currently in. And for many of them, that is the remote work and telework mode, because in many of these cases, employees applied under the workplace modifications that we were using until December 31st. So the guidance has been that they continue in that same mode until this process completes.
Got it. So if they were in virtual learning and telework as of now, and their accommodation request has not been addressed just yet, they stay in that mode until otherwise notified.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then for the folks who have received a response and disagree with the response or think that there might be additional information that needs to be addressed in that response, what options do they have to appeal or address said accommodation response?
Yep. There is an appeal process, and they would complete, it's a very short form, page with the second page just requires their signature. They complete that form and they send it back. And typically I am hearing the appeals personally, reviewing the information, determining whether additional information is required, and moving forward that way.
Okay. If someone were to disagree with the appeal, and in the interim time when the appeal has been submitted before the appeal gets processed, what should they do? Will they need to report as indicated prior, as with the non-accommodation that they were denied, or would they remain in virtual learning while the appeal is processed? So does that extend that grace period where they are to remain in their current position until otherwise notified?
It does extend that, so they remain in their last position, their last modification, until the appeal has been completed.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My last question is relating to our fiscal projections. Thank you, Mr. Redding. My last question is relating to our fiscal projections. We're now seeing a little bit of a surplus, but very small. And so my question is, when are we anticipating, have we included in our planning of anticipated expenses any increases that might result as a result of going back to in-person learning. If we find that we need to, or any increases that we are anticipating as of this point, we certainly cannot predict the future, but are we anticipating an increase in that cost in the short term when we bring students back?
That cost, and I'll defer to you in a moment, Ms. Peterson, but that cost does not have any anticipation. That is the cost that we know right now based on the costs now. But as I stated, the costs will likely go up in some areas, but we have not projected in that number anticipated costs per se. And I want to clarify too that the surplus there at the end is because of the $15 million carry forward from fiscal year 20, from the closeout from fiscal year 20. So that's really, if we took that out, we would certainly still be in a shortfall there with the expenses and the decrease in county revenue. And Ms. Peterson, if you'd like to add any more, you can.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Yes, I will clarify that there is some forward-looking costing for things that we are well aware of right now. So, for example, we have included costs for the additional bus attendants that we will need on all of the buses in the mornings to help screen students as they get onto the bus. So we know about that, so we have included a projection of that cost. What we don't have in there, as you said previously, is things that we are unaware of at this moment. So we try to keep up as best we can anytime that there's new information or a new projected cost that we might have going into the future. We do include that, but without knowing exactly what we might need to put in to schools or do for students when they return, it is not a complete picture.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I think it's important that we remember that even though we're seeing that we are in the black in this particular moment, there are still so many unknowns. And I think that I was trying to clarify to see what it was that we had been able to account for, but it sounds like there's still quite a bit that we do not know what is coming down the pike, and we are going to need to have any remaining funds, even the ones that we used from closeout, have those at our disposal to be able to address what might come ahead. Chair O'Grady, I think this is going to be it for me for this particular item. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz-Torres. I'd like to go to Mr. Pretty then for his additional round.
Thank you. I actually have a bunch on the Dibbles piece, but we can get to that in the later section. So going to the concurrent model, 3rd to 5th graders. So as we see the number of teachers who are granted accommodations not to teach in person, has there been consideration that we can allocate staff to teach the remote learners so that we can go away from the concurrent model? Kind of like we said 2 weeks ago with Montessori and immersion, how they are doing it differently.
Mr. Redding?
Just to be clear, the question is, have we looked at staffing classes that are virtual only? So we would pull together students from different classes to be a virtual class and then in-person classes to make virtual. Was that the question?
For 3rd to 5th graders so they don't have concurrent learning.
I know when Bridget Loft and the DTL team were talking with elementary principals, they wanted to maintain relationships that had been built between teachers and students and try to keep the class itself intact as we looked at what this could look like. So I believe that's where the recommendation landed in that area. We are currently within HR recruiting and advertising for several hundred temporary hourly positions to staff supervision in schools, especially for recess and lunch, hallways, screeners, all of that monitoring, as well as provide staffing for situations where there may be classrooms that we need additional staff to supervise students where the teacher is remote. We're also looking at additional bus attendants to manage the screening when students get on and off buses. So we will be looking at staffing classrooms in the concurrent model, potentially with substitute teachers and extended day staff. We hope to stick with those two areas because those are our staff that are more highly trained and then potentially moving to hourly employees if needed.
Oh, okay, but all right, but it was said 2 weeks ago that so Montessori and immersion both worked out so where they had the perfect number of remote learners for versus the in-person, the hybrid learners. So if let's say it's school specific and a couple of those schools actually turn out to be the same way, can you do that per school, or is this a blanket thing and it's not going to happen?
I am going to defer to Ms. Loft on that. I see she came on the screen, but she's been leading those conversations.
Sure. So our district-wide communication has been that our 3 to 5 students and teachers will participate in the concurrent model. But as we know, and as you've pointed out, Mr. Pretty, each school has its own unique circumstance. And certainly with MPSA and our immersion schools, those are some examples of the programmatic needs that require them to sort of deviate from the 3-5 model. So if we do have some schools who are able to provide, they've got the appropriate staffing to be able to provide support via distance learning and in person in a way that they don't need to use the concurrent model, then they're certainly able to do that. But what we've asked our principals to do is to communicate directly with their school community if they are going to do something that is different from what, as a district, we expect most schools will participate in, which is the concurrent model.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My other question is for Dr. Duran. So we go back to the conversation about vaccines, and we have half of APS staff has been vaccinated. So are the rest of the appointments for teachers and staff, have they been scheduled for the folks that want the vaccine?
The rest of the appointment, I'm not understanding your question. Are you asking about the additional staff who've not yet received an appointment and
Yes,
their
so
status?
the 3,500
Well,
that haven't gotten vaccinated.
as additional vaccines are available, then there are additional appointments made available. And as I referenced in the presentation, that's why it's very important for employees to go look on the Eventbrite that the county has set up for that. So they've not all necessarily been scheduled yet. No, there are some staff who have not. Some staff who have chosen not to want to make an appointment, and there are others who still may be waiting to look for an appointment. But they're not all, if I heard your question correctly, the rest are not necessarily all scheduled.
Okay, I mean, I understand that there are some people that don't want the vaccine, but do we have a percentage of people who are we going to be at 90% soon or 80% soon or?
A lot of that, of course, is dependent upon the amount of vaccine that is coming into Arlington available. But right now, we don't have that data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pretty, and I understand that our vice chair doesn't have any additional questions at this time. I just have a question about Dibbles and the troubling information that we've seen presented today, Dr. Duran, and wanting to have a better understanding of what's being done immediately right now to try to make some gains for these students who are falling so far behind.
Thank you for the question. Ms. Loft, if you could share some of what's happening currently, and I know some of the discussions that you've been leading as you've led and facilitated the Distance Learning Task Force can you share some of what's happening right now to support students currently?
So I'll respond specific to some of the literacy supports that are in place, but certainly can extrapolate with a wider answer if Ms. O'Grady would like me to. So as Dr. Duran presented earlier on in when he was talking about Dibbles, we really are targeting our students based on their beginning of the year performance on Dibbles to determine whether students need intensive support. So those were our students who are in red versus our students who were in yellow, whose scores were in yellow, if they need strategic support. And so as you heard Ms. Silver talk about our reading specialists, for example, who are working closely with our literacy CLTs, collaborative learning teams to really target the unique needs of students and then provide those interventions. And those interventions can be happening on asynchronous Mondays, for example, so that students aren't missing out on instruction. And they're based on where those students fall in the DIBELS sort of spectrum, and they're really immediate. I know that some of the language that Dr. Duran used in talking about these interventions is when those interventions are urgently needed, they are absolutely sort of turned around and brought forth for their students immediately so that we can help get them on track. When we we're in the middle of delivering the middle of the year assessment, and that's going to allow us to do some comparison and to adjust our interventions based on how students have demonstrated progress. And then I'll also say that we are looking towards the end of the year where thus far we are preparing our students to participate in the SOLs. And so looking to see how these interventions can help our students be better prepared for those SOLs as well. So I think my, in a few catchphrases or takeaways, I should say, these are targeted interventions based on student performance, and they are happening with very quick turnaround time so that we can help move our students forward as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Loft. I do look forward to us being able to do as much as we can for those students. We know that the virtual learning environment has taken its toll, and anything that we can do as soon as possible to help move them along before we are able to move back to in-person learning, I think is incredibly important. I also wanted to just follow up on some questioning that Mr. Pretty and Ms. Diaz-Torres asked regarding the accommodations for teachers, and just wanting to have a better understanding as we try to go through those final accommodation requests. When do we actually think that they will all be completed? And will their completion have any impact on our return to school experience for our students?
Mr. Redding.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Sure, Mr. Redding, thank you. I was just asking, it seems as though you were sharing earlier that you've gone through about 54% of the accommodation request, and wanting to have a better understanding of how much longer it might take to get through the rest of the requests. I know that they're very individual and that you're giving your personal touch to each of them. Just wanting to have a better understanding of how much longer it might take to complete the review of those requests, and whether or not the number of requests that are granted or denied, whether or not that will have an impact on the virtual or in-person learning experience for our students.
Sure. We are continuing to work through it. We've actually shifted some responsibilities that are currently sitting with the employee relations team, so that this is almost all of the work that sits on their desk. We've really tried to free them from other responsibilities and shift those to other parts of HR so they can focus exclusively on this work. Part of the challenges in many cases we're communicating with the employee's medical team and requesting additional information, and we're waiting for that information to come back. As part of the interactive process, we work with the employee to get information from their medical providers about the impact of the condition on the employee's ability to perform essential functions of their position. In this case, specifically related to reporting in person to provide service to students. So we are awaiting that information from the provider. We go back to this employee's supervisor to talk about, the doctor is recommending certain precautions. Can those be accommodated? Or is telework or remote work the only option? What is possible in the workplace? And does the program require the employee to report in person based on numbers of students reporting, needs of classes that we're assigning to report in person? So some of that back and forth can take a good bit of time, depending on our ability to connect with medical providers and get responses in a timely manner. So the team is really focused on this and is really working on it to get the information and get responses to employees as quickly as they can. But it's hard to estimate a time frame because we are really relying on the medical providers to provide those responses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redding, for providing us more information about what has to happen in order for this process to move forward. And that explanation helps make it more clear as to why it's taking so much time for us to be able to determine these accommodations. I appreciate the information. And Dr. Duran, the last thing I just want to say is on slide 20, you spoke about a task force looking at outdoor lunch, and there were being challenges and opportunities. I'm very interested in understanding what those challenges and opportunities may be, as I know that many in our community feel that outdoor lunch is a very safe way for us to move forward. And I'm happy to see that we're continuing to look at it much more deeply. So we look forward to having more communication at the next board meeting regarding that. With that, I believe that we've completed all the questions and comments regarding this monitoring item. Dr. Duran, thank you very much for the update. We want to definitely thank staff for all the hard work that you're doing to serve our students virtually now, and all the work we're doing to move us forward for in-person learning. And Dr. Duran, I appreciate your leadership in this. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that you're putting forward with this plan. I appreciate your ability to be able to listen to our community and their concerns. And while we won't be able to address every person's concerns and desires to have things happen in a particular time, I appreciate you giving sincere thought and consideration to everything, and to dig deeper and work staff harder every day to get us to the best safe learning environment. I want to thank you for that, and I support your leadership on this, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. With that, we want to move to our second monitoring item, which is an update on the pre-kindergarten to adult education instructional programs and pathways. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. And this evening we have Bridget Loff, our Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and Jonathan Teresi, our Director of Strategic Planning and Evaluation, who will be presenting this tonight. And I'll turn it first to Ms. Loft.
Thanks so much. I'm really pleased to be able to share this update. If you recall, we first began discussing the IPP this year in a work session in the fall, and so we're really glad to be able to bring our progress back to talk more about where we are now with our IPP status. So I do want to just give you an organizational heads up that this is part one of two parts that were presented or posted on board docs for our community to see. And so part one is talking more about the framework of the IPP and some of the changes that have occurred since that work session. And part two contains suggestions, and I want to emphasize suggestions. Nothing is set in stone. We still have a community engagement process to work through in February, and we'll be coming back with the superintendent will be coming back to share some recommendations related to the IPP in March. So to that, if you'll move to the next slide, please. So the agenda for this first part is really to review the purpose and goals of the IPP, talk a bit about school board policies and implementation guidelines, talk a bit about the IPP visioning process, and as I said, some of those newer features since the work session in the fall, share a bit about the timeline and community of engagement, and then we'll look at part two, which really outlines the suggestions from instructional leaders. Next slide, please. So as we launch into the purpose and goals of the IPP, if you can move to the next slide, please. We want to first emphasize what is the instructional programs and pathways. So it's a framework, and it defines the roles of neighborhood schools, option schools, and all instructional programs. It provides a comprehensive list that didn't exist before. So it's got this list and these descriptions of the current instructional programs and our pre-K to adult options in a centralized location so that folks can see it all in one place. And it provides a really clear instructional vision for the future that aligns with our mission, our vision, the strategic plan, and the new equity policy. So the IPP could include recommendations to expand current programs, change or modify existing programs, create new programs, move programs to new sites, consolidate programs, or eliminate programs. It also identifies criteria for assessing instructional programs in the IPP. So this would be, we're looking at our existing programs to really look at their instructional efficacy, and any new programs would be screened when proposed and as part of a visioning process. Next slide, please. So let's talk about why the IPP is important. It's really important to have a framework for making decisions around instructional visioning, and that helps inform APS's planning initiatives. So you'll see a list there, for example, the annual budget, the capital improvement plan, the CIP, boundary processes, and the Arlington Facilities and Student Accommodations Plan, also sometimes known as AFSEP. It'll inform and be informed by instructional processes. So that's including curriculum development, program evaluations, and program of studies. So I want to emphasize that one of the current strategic plan goals is to provide multiple pathways to student success. And so the IPP is really going to define current options for our students, as well as APS's vision for the future to help achieve this goal. And it will align with the strategic plan, the Virginia Profile of a Graduate, the new equity policy, and it reflects APS's commitment to ensure equity and access while providing educational excellence for all of our students, whether they attend a neighborhood school or a specific option program. Next slide, please. So to emphasize again, our goals are to ensure equity and access in all of our programs, to ensure multiple pathways to student success, and that's to strengthen pathways in existing K-12 programs and create additional pathways, promote demographic diversity in all of our programs and schools, and assist with the managing of enrollment at school levels. Next slide, please. So I want to point out some school board policies and some implementation guidelines. So please, next slide. And you'll see a list of the policies that are really instrumental as part of the IPP. I'm going to highlight some of those policies on the next slide. So as you can see in several of our policies, APS will provide students choices in their instructional programs to meet their unique and varied needs, and as well as to promote educational equity. There's often been a question about what is the school board's role with the IPP, and that's really defined in policy K3, which says that the board acts on the superintendent's recommendations for the institution of new programs, substantial revision of existing programs, or discontinuation of programs. So what that really looks like is that our instructional leaders lead the development of the instructional vision and the priorities defined in the IPP, and they help shape the superintendent's recommendations. The community has the opportunity to share input, and then the board makes decisions accordingly once the superintendent makes recommendations as it relates to instructional programs. Another way the board has influence on the IPP is the approval of the capital improvement plan and the budget, and both of them provide fiscal influences on our instructional priorities as well. Next slide, please. So we presented a version of the IPP to you in October during our work session, and we've done a lot of work with our instructional leaders since then, and really getting feedback from a variety of stakeholders about the IPP. So we want to share some new features of the IPP and the visioning process. Next slide, please. So you can see that the IPP process actually began in 2018-19. It's really a dynamic and fluid visioning process, and it continues to be developed this year. And we'll show you some of those new features that really evidence that this visioning is ongoing and that updates are provided annually and sometimes even more frequently as part of the cycle of development, implementation, evaluation, and refinements. So some of the new features of the IPP now include a name change. It was initially known as the Instructional Program Pathways, and it is now Instructional Programs and Pathways, and we've included it, we've expanded it to include pre-K to adults. So it's that continuum of learning that's really reflected in our programs. So we'll talk about general education programs, English learner programs, special education, dual enrollment, exemplary projects, adult education, and more. So it is a wide breadth of focus. It talks about the relationship between the IPP, the CIP, and the APSTAP. And it articulates program criteria and an evaluation, and that's something that's very new for our instructional programs. That process right now is in progress, and we'll be able to share more information with you when we come back to you in March. It also has a program audit to inform our work in identifying areas of needs and ensuring equity and access. Next slide, please. So I want to do an overall description of this chart first, and you'll see at the top of the slide that it really emphasizes that we're committed to inclusion. So this chart is really only intended to show our current programs and not our vision for the future. We do not have a vision of separating our general education, our English learner programs, and our special education programs at all. It is more an opportunity to highlight each of these programs and to continue our focus, as we have been focused on our English learner programs as a result of a recent program evaluation and the Department of Justice settlement agreement, and our special education programs that are guided by the Special Education 5-year action plan. So to that end, what you see here is a list of all of our programs. I do want to point out in response to a few of our public comments today that Arlington Traditional is included in the IPP under the General Education Elementary School column. And you'll see certainly many of our other programs that are listed, all of our other programs that are listed on this chart as well. Next page, please. So this talks about the relationship between the IPP, the Arlington Facilities and Student Accommodation Plan, and the Capital Improvement Plan. So you see the first row really lays out the purpose of each. And so I'll walk you through the purpose, and then you'll also see the frequency there, and we'll talk a little bit about some of the strategy and explicit identification of frequency. So when we talk about our IPP, it provides the instructional vision that shapes the Arlington Facilities and Student Accommodation Plans, and it provides a direction, a vision, and priorities that really informs the CIP. And the frequency of the IPP is really, it's a summary of options and programs that occurs annually. And you'll see that the recommendations are meant to come in January. I'll remind you that this year we've been really developing the framework. And so when we talk about in years coming, that the recommendations will be held in January. And that's really strategic because that's at the beginning of the budget cycle as well. And so we we understand that there's a real connection between the IPP and the budget cycle. So you'll see why we've highlighted the frequency in January. As far as the Arlington Facilities and Student Accommodation Plan, that's the first step in developing the CIP. And it recommends priorities for the next CIP. It identifies where adjustments are needed based on projections. And it happens every 2 years in odd numbered years, and it's published in September. And then for the CIP, it addresses the capital needs of the school division, and it includes both capital and non-capital solutions to accommodate projected student enrollment and other facilities needs. So it might include construction of new facilities or additions or renovations. It also has non-capital solutions such as program moves, the use of lease space, consolidations, boundary adjustments, and that happens at every 2 years. Mostly, and even numbered years, and it's adopted in June. So the purpose, again, of this chart is to show the connection between those three plans. And could I see the next slide, please? So as I pointed out, one of the real differences of this IPP, how it's evolved since its inception in 2018-19, is the identification of an objective set of program criteria. And as I pointed out, we'll continue to develop that criteria and share with you those outcomes in March. But the other piece is the opportunity to evaluate our existing programs, really to look at the instructional efficacy of those programs. Are they reflecting our vision and our mission and our goals within our strategic plan as well? So in some cases, the programs are already being evaluated within an existing evaluation. And you see there an example. Our World Languages program has gone through an evaluation, and it is including the dual language immersion program. So that's sort of embedded within that World Languages program evaluation. Sometimes a separate program evaluation might be needed. And once we return to more normalized operations, we'll have a timeline for this work will be shared. And then recommendations from program evaluations will inform the IPP visioning process. So for example, the Services for Students with Disabilities and Those Requiring Intervention Program Evaluation 5-year plan, often known as our Special Education 5-year plan, and our, as I mentioned before, our English Learners Program evaluation will and continue to inform the IPP visioning process as well. Next slide, please. So, as far as the program audits, we've conducted an audit of all of our current instructional programs, and that's really important because it's showing us 3-year trend data of students, number of students enrolled, demographics, and you'll see a variety of demographics listed there, students assigned to neighborhood school, and then data from the APS options and transfer webpage, and that includes the number of applicants from each of the programs and the number of students on wait list. This gives us some foundational data to begin to think about and make some instructional decisions about how we can best serve our students. So all of this information is publicly available on the IPP Engage page, and that's another feature that is new since October. And it's will help and has continued to help develop the IPP visioning process, because it helps us to identify specific student groups who are under or overrepresented in certain programs and the plans to address areas of need. Next slide, please. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Jonathan Teresi, who will talk with us about the sort of the development cycle of the IPP, and then the cycle of the IPP as we move into 2021 and beyond.
Great, thank you, Bridget. So for this year, we started out meeting with our instructional leaders as soon as school started and began to kind of outline our work plan for the year. We had a work session with the school board in October and came back with our instructional leaders in November and began the visioning sessions. We updated our advisory committees and the PTAs in December and through January, and came back with our leaders in January to really continue that visioning to help bring forth the suggestions that are going to be shared with you tonight. Today is really the monitoring report and the launch of our community engagement process this month. As I will highlight in a few slides, there's going to be numerous opportunities for the community to engage and share their input. And we, as Bridget mentioned earlier, we're going to come back in late March with some recommendations that reflect the input from the school board and community in helping shape this work ahead. Following March in the spring, we're going to get right back to it and continue our visioning work with leaders. and that work will carry through the summer. As Bridget mentioned, as we looked at this cycle for this year, we are making some adjustments in years following and looking to come forth with recommendations in January versus March like we're doing this year. By doing so in January, that's going to allow more time to build in this visioning work into our budget cycle, into our CIP development cycle in years that we do the CIP. Next slide, please. And this next slide here just illustrates that. So again, the visioning sessions in the spring and summer, coming in the fall with some initial suggestions and ideas that is a reflection of the work that took place in the spring and summer, and community engagement in November, followed by some visioning sessions in December with the final recommendations in January. And that, again, will just allow us more time to build in this visioning into our existing processes. Next slide, please. So our timeline and community engagement, next slide, please. Again, this is just kind of another breakdown of the table. Again, the visioning sessions, I won't go through all of it, but in February, I'll draw your attention to that. We will be meeting with a variety of groups. We're going to have some targeted outreach as well, but community meetings, open office hours, gathering community input through multiple mediums, and again, coming back at the end of March with some recommendations that are a reflection, again, of the input in our continued visioning work with leaders. In the spring, we'll continue our visioning sessions and development of the IPP. Next slide, please. So again, it's an inclusive process with opportunities for internal and external stakeholders to provide input. We will have opportunities for our staff in the district as well to provide their input. We wanted to really gather the input from all stakeholders. Working together to develop a shared vision will help us invest and create an equitable process that everyone has helped shape. Our APS Engage page will continue to be the information hub. We will highlight key information about the process, our timeline and engagement activities, frequently asked questions, presentations, and recordings. It will really be that central repository, one-stop shopping for folks to stay up to date and obtain all the materials that have been shared in these public forums. We will, again, use a variety of communication channels to inform the public, virtual office hours, community meetings, news releases, school talk, social media posts, Facebook Live, and providing in a variety of languages and using the expertise and outreach of our bilingual family resource assistants to help reach all members of our community through this process. Next slide, please. So our first opportunity will be February 10th with our advisory group representatives and PTA leaders. We will, the next day, launch a community questionnaire in the 5 main languages. That will be available for a couple weeks. And those links will be communicated through our communication channels and posted on the web Engage page. On February 11th and 17th, we will have a virtual community presentation and virtual office hour. So from 7 to 8:30 on both evenings. We will start with a presentation and then have an hour for folks to ask questions and about the IPP. We will offer simultaneous interpretation in Amharic, Arabic, Mongolian, and Spanish, and we'll record and post that online. And we have also later in the month, on February 22nd and the 24th, we have some additional virtual open office hours for folks, and we're looking to also offer some targeted opportunities to school communities who as well. Again, for more information, there's the webpage at the bottom, and links will be disseminated through our communication channels as well. Next slide, please. And as always, for all of our planning projects, the Engage page is really a central hub for anything related to planning, where we have links to all of the materials that are presented publicly and in our communication network as well. Next slide. I'm going to turn it back to Bridget now, who will open up the talk on the suggestions.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. And I think this is a nice segue from the discussion of the community engagement. I want to emphasize that these next suggestions that we'll be detailing from our instructional leaders are just that, suggestions. We do absolutely anticipate getting a lot of feedback from our community engagement process in the coming month. And so expect that the recommendations that Dr. Duran will bring to the school board in March may look different than what we're presenting now, but we want the board and the community to be aware of the work that we've done thus far with our instructional leaders and their feedback as we begin to drive the IPP. So could I see the next slide, please? So you can see the timeline here that our visioning process really began in September and has continued through January, in which we had discussions with our principals, our content supervisors and specialists, and our Department of Teaching and Learning directors as well. We had some really targeted work sessions with our instructional leaders in January in which we got their suggestions for how to move forward. The February timeline is our community engagement input from stakeholders. And then once again, Dr. Duran will be bringing recommendations to the school board in March. So I want to emphasize that each of these suggestions is not at all targeted to begin in the 21-22 school year. The earliest these suggestions would begin or recommendations, I should say, would be in 22-23, and that's because we are presenting sort of the beginning of our instructional leaders vision, and we need to use time to frame out some of the resources that are needed to incorporate stakeholder input and continue our communication about the timing and details of these plans. Next slide, please. So you'll see a little bit more description here as far as how we've been working through the sort of planning process for the IPP. So that began in the fall with our instructional leaders. And then, as we said, we continued some of the prioritizing and establishing the focus in the fall into January. And through that process, there were 5 priority areas that were identified, and those are listed on the table following that. Again, I want to emphasize that there is no intention for implementation until at least 2022-23, and that's in part because there needs to be consideration of any of these recommendations for inclusion in the FY23 budget, and if necessary in the FY23 CIP. So again, these are suggestions, and that the recommendation would be included in Dr. Duran's presentation in March. So if we look at the proposals, Jonathan and I will walk you through each of those proposals, some of the feedback that was identified by our instructional leaders, and also some of the challenges. So we'll be talking about the use of a portion of the Education Center annexed to Washington Liberty. We'll be looking at the opportunity to co-locate some alternative and special education programs, and we've listed those secondary programs on the chart. We talk about how the neighborhood schools fit into the IPP. There have been also some discussions amongst our secondary principals and instructional leaders about perhaps bringing together some of our English learner programs that are now located at HB Woodlawn, Arlington Community High School, Arlington Career Center, and Langston. And then the last topic that we discussed was the middle school seats needs. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start by talking with you about some of the space that's available that we project to be available at the Education Center, known as the Ed Center, and we've also talked about that as an extension of Washington Liberty. So it's projected to open in September of 2022 with 500 to 600 additional high school seats. The school board approved the education specifications in 2019, saying that the Ed Center would serve as an extension of Washington Liberty and using a design that provides short-term agility and long-term adaptability. When we look at our 10-year projections, it shows the W&L won't need all of the 500 to 600 seats at the Ed Center until after 2030, even when we accommodate all of the students from the IB wait list. So our instructional leaders really discussed how to use some of that additional Ed Center capacity to help address strategic plan goals that focus on multiple pathways for student success, while also ensuring equity. So the next slide, please, talks a bit about, shows you some of the 10-year projection data. And again, we want to say that we're taking into account the expansion of IB. And looking at this 10-year projection data, we know that Washington Liberty will not need all of the 500 seats until after 2030. So using that information, next slide, please. Our instructional leaders took a look at brought forward a suggestion of using one floor of the Ed Center for a creation of a virtual learning program for students at the secondary level. I want to emphasize that this is really, this thinking is really an outgrowth of what we've learned this year as we've spent the majority of the school year in distance learning, and how we can leverage the positives of distance learning for some students who are really excelling in this platform, how we can leverage that to help support and manage student enrollment at the secondary level, allow access to a learning model that, as I said, some students really thrive in and prefer, and capitalize on a smaller environment that really can foster a sense of community amongst students enrolled. We are looking that this virtual learning program could accommodate 150 to 300 students. It really depends on the model, if we're looking at full distance learning, for example, or some combination of hybrid instruction as well. And I want to emphasize that the implementation of this would not be until 2023, 22 to 23 at the earliest. Next slide, please. So the next topic that our instructional leaders took a look at was if co-locating or consolidating any of the following unique programs at our Langston High School continuation program, our 45-day program, Academic Academy, which is currently located at the Arlington Career Center, New Directions, Teen Parenting, our PEP program, which is also located at the Career Center and Schreiber. If co-locating or consolidating any of those would help achieve the ability to strengthen the programs, remain in the best instructional interest of our students, would it align with our core values, and would it offer potential cost savings and efficiencies in staffing, facilities, transportation, et cetera. So some of these programs are located in buildings that may not be available in the long term. We have a few leases that are coming due, for example, and so looking at if that would be an opportunity to co-locate, keeping, though, the students' best interests in mind at all times. And if having several smaller programs across the county really doesn't support the ability to staff those programs in a way that is really supportive of students' growing social emotional needs, for example. And so those were some of the parameters that we used in looking at that question. Next slide, please. So our instructional leaders, again, these were our high school principals for this topic, and our many of our content supervisors and specialists landed on the possibility, the suggestion of co-locating the Academic Academy with Langston High School continuation program at the Langston site. And I want to share that out of the 25 folks who participated in this particular discussion, 21 of the folks approved that, and the other 4 of the 25 disagreed, but said that they would support that direction. So I will also emphasize that all of the 9 high school principals supported this thinking. So they're pointing to the smaller setting as compared to the current location at the Career Center, and that many of our students prefer and thrive in. Another benefit is that it allows our students in the academic academy access to semester-based 4x4 block scheduling. And what that does is allow our students in these programs to be able to complete more credits than they might be able to do in a typical school year, and to do it more quickly. It also gives them flexibility in targeting those areas where they may need credit as well. And then I talked about some of the increased staffing. So most of our programs are flat staffed, which means that the staffing doesn't grow necessarily with the growth of enrollment. And so by co-locating the academic academy with Langston High School Continuation Program, that allows for some increased staffing at Langston to meet both the academic and the social emotional needs of students in both of those programs. It also utilizes capacity at the Career Center and opens up additional seats, utilizes capacity at the Langston site and opens up additional seats at the Career Center. Again, I want to emphasize that if this were to be a recommendation, the implementation wouldn't occur until 2022 to 2023 at the earliest. And I'm going to pass the mic back over to Jonathan to talk about the other three proposals.
Thank you, Bridget. Next slide, please. So one of the topics, questions that came up was how do neighborhood schools fit into the IPP? Back in 2018-19, when the first iteration of the IPP, it was very much focused on the 6 programs that have that K-12 pathway. And so many had wondered about the role of neighborhood schools. And so we wanted to just make a few things clear, I think, that for the public and the board, that as we know, the vast majority of our students attend a neighborhood school, about 75%. The IPP will include a section that clearly describes the role of neighborhood schools in our instructional program. Emphasis will be placed on how students are provided multiple pathways to success within the neighborhood schools and reflect our commitment to ensuring equity and educational excellence for all of our students, whether you attend a neighborhood school or access one of our options and programs. Next slide, please. So we asked leaders, when describing the role of neighborhood schools, what are some key messages and information to include? What are some suggestions that transcend level or are specific to just one? And here are some highlights of some of the feedback we got from our leaders. That APS has excellent K-12 neighborhood and option schools. Each location is responsive to the needs of its students and community and aligns with our mission, vision, values, and goals. Neighborhood schools are the core of APS. The neighborhood schools provide a community hub for learning and other activities that help bring the community together. That equitable opportunities and a wide variety of learning experiences are available to all at all schools. Next slide, please. That a high level of rigor, academic, and social emotional supports are available at all school sites. All schools can meet the needs of all students. All schools can support and meet the needs of students with special needs. All schools teach the Virginia standards of learning, and all schools use common assessments in the same curriculum across our neighborhood schools. Next slide, please. So another topic that was discussed was if co-locating or consolidating any of the secondary L programs at the Langston site, HB Woodlawn, Arlington Career Center, Arlington Community High School, again, if it would help achieve the following objectives: strengthening the program, remaining in the best interest of students, aligning with our core values and strategic plan goals, offering potential cost savings. After considering a range of possibilities, the instructional leaders landed on that we needed to conduct a visioning process to develop a clearer vision for these 4 programs before being able to determine if co-locating or consolidating would help achieve the above objectives. So this will be added in our work as we look forward to the next cycle of the IPP to gather a team and have a visioning process to really look deeply at these 4 programs. The majority of students in these programs are 18 to 22. We do have some that are a little younger, and we do have some that are older. And just kind of looking more closely at those 4 programs and how we can really best serve those students while, again, adhering and striving to meet those goals listed here on the page. Next slide, please. The last topic we talked about was middle school seats. Again, projections show that by 2024, APS will need between 500 and 600 additional middle school seats. Enrollment and capacity utilization of the buildings, it varies across schools. Some schools are over capacity and others are under. We do have a middle school boundary process planned for the fall that would take effect for 2022, 2023, but really trying to help establish an instructional vision that will inform that boundary process. So the work this fall and winter was really about helping develop a vision or any instructional decisions ahead of that boundary process. So we do have some suggestions to share. And next slide, please. The one suggestion that leaders that had a high level of support amongst the leaders was making Montessori Public School of Arlington a pre-K to 8 school. It is currently a pre-K to 5. Some of the benefits would that it would create the 3-year continuum across grades that aligns with Montessori's instructional model. The 3, 4, and 5 and 6-year-olds together, pre-K and K, 1, 2, and 3, and then grades 4, 5, and 6. This would provide APS the opportunity to apply for American Montessori Society accreditation. The program needs to have 6th grade to be eligible to apply. And the reason for is that if 6th grade alone, the instructional leaders, if 6th grade alone were moved from Gunston, that would, in just 7th and 8th remain, that was not seen as the best interest, hence the suggestion to pre-K to 8. Again, it would provide some enrollment relief. There are about 75 students in the program right now at Gunston, and it could also provide enrollment relief to other middle schools if more of the grade 5 students at MPSA chose to stay at MPSA for grades 6 to 8 rather than attend their neighborhood school. Implementation, again, a future CIP could consider the possibility to co-locate MPSA with a middle school. And by doing so, that would ensure that the students, particularly in the upper middle school grades, would have access to the range of courses taught by teachers with secondary level certification. Next slide, please. Another suggestion to consider was looking at ways to align programs with geographic K-12 feeders that were more equitable countywide. And what this speaks to really is that some of our countywide programs have multiple locations with established feeder schools, while others have a single location that serve our students throughout the county. The location of a program can create barriers and obstacles that impede access for certain students and families. This suggestion speaks to examining our continued work to examine the location of our programs, including those with a K-12 pathway, and identifying if a program move and/or expansion to an additional site, when appropriate and feasible, would help promote greater equity of access, particularly for our traditionally underserved communities. So this work will continue. The benefits of it would be, again, improved equity and access for our students and transportation efficiencies as well as we look at our structure and location of programs and feeders. Again, the implementation, this work's continuing would be 2022, 2023 at the earliest. Next slide, please. Another suggestion, similar to what you saw for the Ed Center, was creating a virtual learning program for secondary students. And again, expanding access to a learning model where some students thrive and prefer. Creating that smaller setting that fosters that sense of community amongst those enrolled that also many of our students prefer, and can aid in managing enrollment as well across secondary levels. So when we say secondary, we're thinking students grades 6 to 12. As a way to help manage enrollment at the middle school level as well. Next slide. And the last suggestion from leaders in regards to middle school seats was reopening the Arts and Communication Technology program at Kenmore. This would expand access to a program for students outside of the Kenmore attendance zone. It offers potential enrollment relief to students to schools that are over capacity. Due to its proximity, the program is likely to draw students from Thomas Jefferson and Gunston as it did previously. Those are 2 middle schools that, as we look at projections, are increasingly over capacity. And so this is one means in which, from an instructional perspective, it gives students access to programs They have STEAM labs at Kenmore as they do down at Drew, so it provides some continuity in terms of a pathway for students if we were to expand access to that program. So from an instructional perspective and capacity, this was a suggestion that instructional leaders wanted to put forward for consideration. Next slide, please. So in the coming months, as we look ahead to our next process that will start in April, we have a couple topics on the queue. Our dual language immersion program is undergoing a visioning process. The program evaluation is complete and will be presented this month. And following that, we'll have data to help really drive a visioning process for dual language immersion. And also the after action is now complete for the Career Center. So using that information, we will help engage our instructional leaders in continued visioning for that site, and look to come back to the community and board in the fall with some suggestions to weigh in on to help inform our visioning process for the next cycle. And additional areas may be identified through our input this fall, through input with the board, but these are just some things that we have on the queue right now that we wanted to share. And again, a draft vision will be shared for community input in the fall on those above topics. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teresi and Ms. Loft. We do appreciate that. I'd like to go around to my colleagues and with the opportunity to ask 2 questions at a time or make comments. I'd like to start with Ms. Diaz-Torres.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I want to ask a clarifying question and follow it up with a comment. The community feedback round that we're going to be doing in February, is that going to be on the framework itself or just on the suggestions or on both?
Both. Yeah, we will include opportunities for folks to weigh in and share their input on the framework as well as the suggestions that we're sharing tonight.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I have a comment on the framework itself. This lives up to the name of being the instructional programs. What's missing are the pathways. This is when my understanding, and this happened prior to me joining the board certainly, but my understanding is that this document is designed to be the vision for how a student might identify their individual pathway through our system. If I am interested in X, the opportunities available to me in elementary school are the following. The opportunities available to me in middle school are the other following. The opportunities available to me in high school are the following, and so on and so forth. If I am an adult or an older learner entering the system at a certain point and I have these kinds of credits, my opportunities available to me are these options, and here is why. This is missing that, and I want to acknowledge that it has been an incredible Herculean effort to get here, and I want to thank everyone who has gotten here and also highlight where I think this needs to go moving forward in order to be a document that serves us. When I think about what this document can be and what a document that outlines our programs and pathways could be, it is something that will help us align with workforce efforts. It'll help us decide what are the skills and competencies necessary that our students need to learn in order to succeed in the jobs that are actually available to Arlingtonians today, tomorrow, in the future, 10 years down the road. And this is not quite getting there yet. And I'm hopeful that through this feedback and by allowing folks to provide feedback on the structure itself in this round, we'll get closer to that. And I'm looking forward to seeing additional revisions. And so I don't know if there's a question there. Ms. Loft, if you'd like to react, feel free.
No, thank you. And I would agree that we have pathways in the name, and yet I think we emphasize, at least in this presentation, a lot on the programs. I think what sets this iteration of the IPP apart from its original inception in 2018-19 is the recognition that we have never really stopped and looked at the efficacy of our existing programs. So I talked a bit about the criteria and the evaluation process, and that's new to the IPP that we're sharing with you now that wasn't in the 18-19 version. And when we talk about sort of fiscal responsibility and stewardship, I think it is irresponsible for us to propose new pathways before we recognize sort of what value do our existing programs bring. So I'll use as an example that we can do that sometimes concurrently when we look at the immersion visioning process that Jonathan referred to as our focus in the spring and moving forward. That's a great opportunity to both take a look at the efficacy of the program. Is it meeting our stated goals? Is it aligning with our strategic plan? Is it providing equitable access and demographic diversity? And if it's doing all that, how can we also strengthen and further articulate that pathway? So we absolutely anticipate being able to shore up the pathway part of the IPP, but I do want to emphasize that we want to be sure that our existing programs are offering our students the best of what we can offer.
That makes sense, and I appreciate that nuance, and that we're going to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, because we need to be able to. This gives us a glimpse into what the future version of this document will be, and gives us a little bit. We've been talking about this for years, how we want instruction to lead construction, and this gives us a little bit to start. Filing our teeth on and using in the short term, but we will certainly need to continue to improve the framework and improve the process as we get more information. So I appreciate that that's already as part of the plan. I want to shift into the recommendations. I, as one board member, am extremely concerned at the proposal, particularly the proposal to move Academic Academy to Langston. In the past year or two, I've learned quite a bit about both of those programs, and they do not seem like a congruent fit to me. Academic Academy tends to be younger students who really need that additional support, the very structured environment, the very familial environment, close connections with family engagement, lots of social emotional learning and social emotional supports to address whatever academic or behavioral or mental health issues they might be facing. Conversely, our students at Langston are older students. They're adults who are coming in, who are asking, what is the most efficient way for me to get to my goal? I need to do the following things. Okay, great. I'll do the following things. They don't need that support on the social and emotional side because they're already adults. And so we're able to provide them with the additional flexibility. They're able to provide them with additional opportunities to not necessarily have to follow quite as many rules, because they don't need that. They can do their learning, and they can get their credits and get across that finish line, because that's what really matters to them. And I worry that we are in this proposal making a decision or making a potential recommendation that is in service of improving staffing. And in my mind, if we're facing a problem with the staffing, we need to have a conversation about how to improve the staffing and figure out the way to provide the service to the students in the place that is most accessible and most appropriate for their types of learning. And when I think of the Langston building, and when I think of, it doesn't have a cafeteria, it is open, it is right on that corner where you're pretty close to a major thoroughfare. You have a lot of traffic that's going by. It's just a chaotic environment. And when I think about the students who are in Academic Academy who really need that structure to maintain their focus, they're already a risk they've already proven that they have been a risk for attendance and wanting to not engage in school. And it does not make sense to me from an instructional level that we would put them in that environment. And so I would love to hear more, if we have it now, about what the proposed academic benefits were that came up in this conversation. And then I would like to hear more about that going forward, because that one definitely concerns me. I'm very concerned about that one.
Thank you for asking the question, and I do want to emphasize we're at the suggestion period, and that's why this potential implementation, if it comes forward as a recommendation, wouldn't be until 22-23, because there are some disconnects between the existing Langston model and the academic academy model that need to be addressed if we're going to ensure the success of both of the populations. I do want to emphasize that most of the Langston students are not adults. They are older high schoolers, but they're not, we've got plenty of 16, 17-year-olds who are attending Langston. But your point that academic academy is really aimed at our younger students, those students who are demonstrating that they needed a smaller environment, that they needed those social emotional supports, and that they needed a really targeted academic support as well, is well made. I will say, however, one of the benefits that our instructional leaders pointed out is that Langston is a smaller environment than the Arlington Career Center. And so while the Academic Academy does a nice job of sort of cohorting their students within that larger building, one of the benefits I think our instructional leaders saw in co-locating those programs was the smaller environment of Langston. It's also the opportunity for some of these younger students who have demonstrated that they haven't really fit well into the comprehensive middle school experience, right? That may need some creative alternative in getting their some of their high school credits, might benefit from the 4x4 schedule at at Langston. So, and I would also say what the other benefit of the co-locating, to speak to your staffing, when Langston is flat staffed, by co-locating those programs, that allows both programs to benefit from the additional staffing that provides the social emotional support. That said, you're right, there are some things that we need to work through, and we will do that when we bring that back to you.
Yeah, I will want to hear some more about that and hear more about how we are going to address those academic gaps and what the demographics of those students are and what their academic needs. And then I'd also like to hear about how what other options do we have at our disposal to, if those two programs are not being well served right now, what are the other options at our disposal to potentially address that? Chair O'Grady, I will have another round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diaz-Torres. With that, I'd like to move to Mr. Priddy. Mr. Priddy.
Thank you. So understanding this is going to the community next week, so and then they'll come back to us in March. So I probably have, I don't know, 5 questions on each one of these recommendations, but I'll let the public define that as the coming weeks go by. But so virtual learning, let's take this this first one at the Ed Center. Virtual learning on a high school level, I think one of the things we've learned from from what we're going through now is that if we didn't have a virtual learning program before, we should have one now. So that makes sense. It also makes sense to not only think of the Ed Center in that space at that new space, to extend that to the other high schools as well. Going on that same topic, but going down to the middle school, I think another thing we've learned from the pandemic, and I can tell you from being around middle schoolers, is that I'm not sure if the virtual piece would align for that many middle schoolers, or whether we would want that from a social emotional point of view, just simply because their social emotional needs are different. Their adolescence, puberty, all that fun stuff where you have to be around other people who are growing as well. So I don't know if the virtual piece would be recommended for them, but we'll throw that out for the public to decide. I guess I'm still trying to wrap my hand around what we're trying to do with number 3. So the neighborhood schools, 75% of the students, but what are we saying? I mean, what do we need input from the public for? To say that we want it to be 80%, or to say that we want it to be 60%? I'm not sure what we're asking, what this recommendation says.
could jump in on that one. There really wasn't a suggestion on that. It was more just to update the work that we had gotten input in the fall, that the first iteration of the IPP really had felt that it had neglected talking about the role of neighborhood schools. And so we engaged our leaders to help, define that. We talked about, many of the schools have certain focus areas or project areas as well. And so what we wanted to do there was really just provide an update. That's really not an input area per se, because there's no suggestion or a recommendation, but more just an update on a topic that was of importance that even our instructional leaders felt needed to be discussed. And in this IPP document, that we make it clear of the important role that neighborhood schools do play. There was a feeling that the first iteration kind of glossed over that. So that particular item was more of just an informational update. So I hope that clarifies.
Okay, yeah, I'll have a couple more, Chair O'Grady.
Thank you very much. With that, then I'd like to go to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. I have a bunch of questions here, or questions and comments. But I think I'm going to pick up on what David was talking about the neighborhood schools, and specifically this last comment that in this set of 5 priority areas, this neighborhood school seems like a fish out of water. Those other 4, are looking for more work, more recommendations or something, and I'm still very fuzzy on the whole inclusion of neighborhood schools and the role and how it fits in. This is our most foundational educational experience, neighborhood schools. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's very high of students who attend neighborhood schools. And the description and the role of it, at least in this monitoring item document, is very light. The presentation on slide 12 and the slides 9 through 11 and the attachment really don't, and I'm really confused about this because it doesn't seem like it would require a lot of intensive investigation to figure out what the role of our neighborhood schools are in our programs and our pathways. Specifically on slide 12 in the presentation, I think the absence of neighborhood schools in that matrix, I think, is glaring. We're talking about every other program except our most foundational educational experience. So I'm really looking forward to much more robust and in-depth presentation and discussion on the role of neighborhood schools when we see this in March. So let me ask, these 5 priority areas from the attachment, you're planning to work on these in the next 7 weeks and come up with recommendations on each of them? Or is it possible that through the work that you're going to be doing prior to the March opportunity to bring it back to the board, that there would be, was it possible there would be a recommendation not to pursue it? And could you talk a little bit about who is going to be, doing that work on these 5 priority areas?
Right. So as we've described, our instructional leaders took a first stab at identifying areas of focus that they felt were important and that aligned with some of the capacity challenges that we're facing. And I'll speak, specifically the middle school seats, and then looking at the use of the education center, given that the 500 to 600 seats that'll be needed won't be needed immediately. The next step is to bring this to the community and to get feedback as well. And so it is highly probable that the recommendations that Dr. Duran brings back in March will look different. There could be, for example, to your point about the neighborhood schools, there could be an acknowledgement that that we have acknowledged the value of the neighborhood school and that there's not a need to continue unpacking the role of the neighborhood school in the IPP. I will say, as an aside, that chart you referred to is titled the existing programs. So that's why the neighborhood schools weren't included on there. To your question, yes, it's possible that one or more of those 5 focus areas may be eliminated after the community engagement process comes to completion.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to need you to come back.
And I will.
Another round. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go, though, first to our Vice Chair, Dr. Cannonen. Dr. Cannonen.
Oh, thank you, Ms. O'Grady. There have been so many interesting comments and questions already raised. And I sort of feel like I need to start by saying I would love to have a more robust conversation. I'm not enthusiastic about having one in our 5th hour of this board meeting. I don't think that we're going to be able to have the healthy conversation that it would be great to have. So I'm just going to make a couple of comments, and I know that we'll be continuing to talk and work together on all of this, and very much looking forward to that. Let me just start by saying I am really, really excited to see where this work is. I was chair of the board in 2017, 2018, when we instigated this work. Ms. Loft mentioned the first report came out in 2018, 2019. We started talking about it in 2017, 2018. And in fact, we were talking about it at that time as potentially being one of the elements that we should have in our strategic plan. Because the conversation was, we need, as has become our mantra, we need instruction to be driving our planning. When we're going to build a new building, we need instruction to be able to tell us what we're trying to, what aspects of APS we're trying to grow. When we go into budget season, we shouldn't be just randomly putting changes on the table at that time. We should have instruction telling us what kinds of things we should be doing. And I'll give you a couple of very quick examples of things that came up very early when I joined the board. One of them was a budget thing. So budgets have been very difficult for many, many years because we're growing. And when I was a candidate, in fact, before I even joined the board, there was a budget proposal to combine Langston. I may be getting this a little bit wrong. I don't remember now, but merging and changing Langston Community High School, teen parenting, and maybe some other programs for budget reasons. And the point there is, we can't just put that in the budget book as a potential tiered cut. Let's have teaching and learning discuss it and have that conversation and figure out how best to serve our students and have that be the goal, not we need to save money and let's maybe make this change. Another example was when we were doing the BLPC process and planning the Heights building, and the question came up about the Shriver program and whether it should remain in the form it's in. And I think that's when we first started using the term instruction should drive construction, because we were in the middle of a construction process and it was not the time to ask a fundamental instructional question about the goals and how we're going to operate the Shriver program, or what has now become the Shriver program. So those are the kinds of things that were happening. We had so many different things going on, planning things, and we really need teaching and learning to be informing these processes. So I'm actually really, really happy with so much of this work. I'm interested in all of the proposals, and I'm looking forward to having those conversations. I'm going to ask a super basic question. Ms. Loft, you have mentioned approximately 25 people and instructional leaders. Could you just talk about who's in the room, who are the instructional leaders, and especially one of the things that's also come up is that sometimes we start talking about making changes and the actual leaders of those programs aren't always at the table. So could you talk about who are the instructional leaders, who are you talking with, and kind of, is it always the same group, et cetera?
I'm really grateful to Jonathan, who facilitated meetings with our elementary school principals, our middle school principals and our high school principals, who were joined at each of those meetings by content supervisors and content specialists and DTL directors. So, we sort of explicitly broke up the topics based on area of impact. So, for example, for our high school principals, we're really focusing on the secondary ELs question, the secondary special programs question, looking at the Ed Center seats, and then universally across all three groups, each group looked at the middle school seat because each group has a foot in the game. With middle schools. So I talked about specifically as it relates to the high school group, we had 25 instructional leaders there, all 9 of the high school principals. And the process that Jonathan outlined was to have discussion, to have feedback, to have contributions, and then to have folks sort of rank where do they fall on each of the items that was put in front of them. That scale ranged from, let's do it yesterday to I have real reservations about this and would have difficulty supporting it. So when I say that all 9 high school principals and the vast majority of the folks who participated in the discussion about the use of the Ed Center is one floor, I need to say one floor, in this virtual program, those are the folks who said, yeah, let's do that yesterday. We have a real need for it. So, Jonathan.
And we also, Dr. Kennan, we also had directors of counseling part of those meetings as well. We know they play a big role in students' academic plans and knowing the options for students as well. So we invited them to the table and they participated in these conversations as well. So we really had a dynamic group of DTL specialists, supervisors and directors, principals and directors of counseling in these conversations. And all of what was put tonight in the suggestions had over 80%, in some cases 90% agreement. So we really only put the ideas that really had, after the litmus test and weighing out the pros and cons, had a really high level of agreement and consensus on that are in this presentation tonight.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. People stick with us this late in the evening, and I got a text that reminded me to ask the question that I always try to ask, which is, will there be an opportunity for teachers to also be involved in these conversations?
Yes, we have some virtual open office hours planned for staff as well that will be communicating out through Staff Central and posting our Engage page, and some opportunities for staff to ask questions and engage with us too. And they're welcome to fill out the community questionnaire. It's for everyone as well. So the multiple mediums for staff too.
And you have, I think in the past, gone to TCI though, haven't you? Or if you haven't, I do recommend that you stay in touch with that group. I think that's, really the fully representative body that we have that, representing our teachers. So I would suggest that you keep in regular touch with them also if you can fit that in. All right. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Dr. Cannonen. And I want to thank our leaders for all of their hard work in explaining all of the work that went into preparing this document. The first question I have is, when you go out to our community, will they only be asked to comment on the ideas that have been brought forth by our staff, or will they have the opportunity to bring additional ideas to the table for consideration?
Yes, we have on the questionnaire and during our open office hours, we encourage any and all ideas to be brought forth on the table. We're not only going to ask in the questionnaire on folks' opinions on it, but there'll be an open box for them to add in any suggestions, comments, and ideas regarding the topic of middle school seats, looking at our alternative programs. So those will absolutely be welcomed and considered as part of our community engagement process and looking at the community input. And any opportunity we engage, we encourage new ideas as well as questions.
Thank you, Mr. Teresi. Then I would like to speak to the first document that was presented this evening regarding kind of the framework for how we're moving forward. And just wanted to share that as Dr. Cannonen had mentioned when this was first brought up, we wondered whether or not this should be part of our strategic plan. And I believe that the IPP, which is an issue that I've cared about for many years, trying to understand what the instructional vision is for our district, and also trying to understand what options are available to students and how we can utilize their interest in the changing dynamic in our country to be able to ensure that as we're growing, we have the proper educational models in place for our students. I'm a little concerned that we may be missing with some of the suggestions that have been brought forth, the visioning aspect of this work. I'm also concerned about the cycle for updating, and I think that really gets to the vision. If we are going back through this document every year to determine whether or not we're going to continue to make changes to what we decided we were going to do the year before, I think it makes it hard to be a visioning document, because I think our community should be able to understand where we're going. And if we are in a position where we may be changing it every year, it may be hard for people to understand, well, this year they say we're doing this, but next year we might have something different. And I worry about the cycle that is being suggested for this document. I think it would serve us better as a district to have a visioning document with possibly a monitoring report about where we are with the decisions that we've made about the direction we want to go. But having the intentionality of going back and relooking at our decisions year to year to year for the programmatic decisions of our district, as we're trying to budget towards a particular area, as we're trying to make determinations about how to build items or build capacity, I think will make it hard. And I'll go back to when my neighborhood middle school, Jefferson, was looking at becoming an IB program, and the years it took to, and the work it took to become an IB program, and then the money and the investment in training teachers, et cetera, and the work that came before this great program. And it took years of effort, it took years of thought. And so same thing happened when Wakefield, my neighborhood high school, wanted to become a capstone AP program. So I think it's important for us to be thinking about this document in bigger terms about where we want to go and what are those great things we can offer our students. And I'm afraid we might be missing a little bit of that, and I think that that is evidenced in some of the decisions that, or suggestions that have come forth from our staff. For example, we have a big idea. What do we do with virtual learning? And we've come up with an idea that, well, we have 100 seats available here, so maybe that should be an academy and for virtual learning. And I'm not saying that that's a bad idea. I just don't know over the long run whether that's a strategic idea, because we will have students who will want to do virtual learning, I think, in all of our high schools, and they may not want to do all of their learning virtually. And they also may want to have the opportunity to be able to do it in their neighborhood school. And so I think that that's something we want to think about. Additionally, I think as we're looking at there being potential crowding at schools like Wakefield, will we need those spaces to be able to look at redistributing students? So I want to make sure that as we're also looking at this, we're looking at the whole totality of the issues so that we can be strategic. And then the last thing I just want to bring up is I think one of the positive things that's come out in this proposal is the idea to potentially move Montessori forward, but I want Montessori pre-K through 8 forward. But I want to share that that's not a new idea. That idea came about through a visioning process about 2 or 3 years ago, and so it's going to take visioning to get to where we need to be. But what I think is missing here is if we really want to do this idea that came up 2 or 3 years ago, what are the other steps that have to take place in order to do that? If we're saying it has to be at a middle school, well, what's the other impacts? Where are the dominoes that impact that? And I think that this IPP needs to be able to look at all of those things with intentionality and with strategy. And that's what I feel we're missing. And in the next round, I'll be happy to come back and talk about some of the other things that are brought forth that I have perhaps a little concern about. But I'll give you the opportunity to respond to that.
Yeah, I guess the first thing I'd say is we are being really intentional in building in time to fill in those some of the visioning gaps and some of the details that you asked about. So let's use the example of the pre-K 8 MPSA. You're right that that's coming out of a visioning process that is also responsive to capacity needs, and is the time may be ripe for us to be considering how to move forward with that. So we can't do that on the turn of a dime. We've got to be able to identify potential sites. We've got to recognize that, that 6-8 component needs access to some courses that are offered at the middle school as well. So I use that as a springboard to say, I wouldn't argue that we need to go back and do more visioning if this is coming out of a visioning process. This is the next step. And then I think the other piece that I'd say is, we've spent this year really being careful in identifying the framework. But we have the expectation that the framework will be set as we move forward. And what will be dynamic then is the study, the review, the identification of short-term and long-term instructional needs for our students. So a good example is the virtual learning that you brought up that we didn't sort of land on, oh, hey, we've got space at the Ed Center. It was the identification that all of our kids have participated in distance learning. There are a robust group of students who have either self-identified, their parents have identified, or their teachers, that they are really grooving in the distance learning model and would benefit from being co-located with other peers who are participating in distance learning. That said, as Ty Bird mentioned in the development of the program of study, we are going to be implementing distance learning for many of our students who participate in dual enrollment classes moving forward, so that if they don't have a teacher who's qualified to teach a dual enrollment class on site, they can still access that through distance learning. So that's sort of a marriage between access at the comprehensive site and providing space and opportunity for students of like mind and interests to come together at the Ed Center site as well. So I don't know, Jonathan, if you had something to add to that.
Yeah, I was just going to build back into the process. So, Mr. Grade, I think the one piece that we've really incorporated into this framework is the evaluation component. And so I'm going to use an example I think that will help illustrate. So the World Language Program evaluation is complete. We are about to embark on a visioning process for the immersion program as part of the IPP process. We will come forward with a vision that we hope will carry us forward for the next 5 to 7 years for the immersion program. And then again, as part of our cycle of evaluation, as we do our programs now, every 6 or 7 years, we're doing evaluations. So the immersion topic, once we expose a vision, we envision that there'll be an implementation and a monitoring of that, but that topic itself will not really be in the IPPQ again for another 5 or 7 years until the next evaluation. So as we kind of lay out and gather the data for evaluations and do the visioning, that we will lay out a clear future that's not just annual, that kind of does do some long-range planning. Here's our vision for this particular program. Here's the evaluation data that helped drive that decision-making. And so as different topics are put into the IPPQ, we really will look to do some long-term visioning. MPSA as a pre-K to 8 school, that's a vision for the future for some time. That's not for the next couple of years. This is to carry us through for some time. So we are looking to build in the long-range planning. The annual updates are really about topic-based. So we'll come forward with a vision that really helps carry us through for many years. And there will be different topics. Just because there are 16 or so programs, it's going to take time to evaluate, to build that into a visioning process for that particular program. So I hope that helps clarify a bit on the nature of why we're taking it annually and coming back to the board with some annual is so that we are focused on specific topics and using data and to drive decision makings and inform us. So I just wanted to add that one piece.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teresi. I appreciate that. I do value the aspect of being able to be to dig deep into some of our programs that have been longstanding that our communities depended upon. With that, I'm going to move back to Ms. Diaz-Torres.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Actually, two of the questions that I had have actually already been answered. So I will just wrap this up with a comment. I really want to echo the comments made by Dr. Cannon about the need to use this to really drive our construction. And so I'm really excited about where this is going to go. And I do think that we need some more conversation. We need more time with this document. We need more opportunities for community feedback. And I also want to recognize that we're doing all of this in the middle of a global pandemic. And so I acknowledge and recognize that we are all experiencing a lot of cognitive strain, but I'm excited about where we can go from here. And this is a really great start. Lots of room for improvement, but we've identified those and now we can continue to improve. So I'm very excited. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz-Torres. Mr. Pretty.
Yes, thank you, Chair O'Grady. Actually, I'd like to echo some the comments that Chair O'Grady made a couple minutes ago, and look at it from this point about looking bigger and have the bigger site. So the Ed Center was 15 to 300 students. I did some math here. The alternative program number 2 is about 250 students. We'll skip the neighborhood schools because that's not a recommendation. For the L program is about 100 students, maybe. Montessori was about 100. Arts and communication program about 100. So base 850 students is what I counted. Out of that represents 3%, I believe, of our enrollment. So in terms of looking bigger, these are, like I said, it's 3% of our enrollment. So in terms of moving the needle, I understand we need to fine tune some of these things, but we should still look bigger for what is our next high school or what does that look like? And I think that's what I would say that when this goes to the community to make some suggestions on what they think about that aren't on this list here also. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pretty. Mr. Goldstein.
Back to me. Okay, thank you. So let's see, I'm going to try and roll 3 questions into one topic here. And the topic is calendar milestones. So I don't have the slide references for them, but the calendar milestones are the IPP recommendations coming in January of each year, the upcoming school board action item in March, this coming March, and the school board monitoring item in October of this year or any year. And so Bridget had said earlier that this IPP recommendations coming in January each year were to be at the beginning of the budget cycle, but January is not the beginning of the budget cycle. Budget cycle starts way before that. In fact, that budget's nearly baked by January. So I would ask you to consider that and possibly rescheduling that if indeed the idea is to work those recommendations into the budget, but I'm actually confused about what IPP recommendations would be coming in January of each year. So if you could address that, what the school board action item is supposed to be doing in March, and what the monitoring item in October is supposed to be doing, I'd be very interested in hearing that.
So let's start with the monitoring item in October. So that assumes that there has been visioning and work on specific priorities in the spring, summer, so that by October, we're signaling to the board via recommendations and suggestions that this is a direction of instruction leading potentially construction or other budget items. And so you're right that the budget is largely baked in January, but it's not in October. And so that's the idea of that the beginning of the cycle. And then we engage in dialogue with the board. We get some feedback from the board. We continue with our community engagement such that when we're coming back to you in January, these are taking really firm recommendations, and you have the opportunity and your role in acting on the superintendent's recommendations. The March piece is typically the CIP piece. So it's meant to inform some CIP direction. So if you kind of think about it, October, January, March, that was the intentionality of that cycle. Jonathan, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just a little. Yeah, so the meeting that we're doing tonight, we're envisioning doing with the board at the end of October. And so in October, we'll have a monitoring report that will share the visioning work that took place from April through September. So all the work that we're going to begin this spring and through the summer and early fall, we'll have a monitoring report in October. And at a minimum next October, we're going to have a draft vision for the Career Center site and the dual language immersion program. Those are the two items on the queue. We could, potentially add some as we do this community engagement process and continue dialogue with the board. But those are two things for certain that come October in that monitoring report, we will have an update on those two, kind of a draft suggestions and vision for those two programs and sites. So that will come in late October. We'll have a community engagement process in November. Bring that input back to our leaders in December, make any refinements, and then really have those final recommendations. But come late October, we will have some draft suggestions and ideas that, as Bridget said, can be built into some of our planning processes, as we look and continue to build out the work through the late fall.
So all of that, I understand that this coming October, we'd be seeing the more fleshed out recommendations on, some of these 5 priority areas. But this, on one of your bubble charts there, this gets repeated every year. What in future years would the October monitoring item be telling us? I'm think from what you said that this is all focused on developing a CIP. Is that correct? Because I see this as more than just groundwork to develop a CIP, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's both. I think some of the suggestions that we come forward with will have budget sensitivity, and others will be more lend themselves to the CIP, such as the example tonight with MPSA and us posing that consideration of looking at a co-location with the middle school as part of the CIP process. So I think it's really going to depend on the nature of the suggestions that we bring forward, and which are maybe more budget sensitive, which are more CIP items. But we do have a list of items, that we are looking, that we'll be building into this kind of queue and be working together to help, identify those priority areas. There were some visions in the prior IPP, such as an art and fine and performing arts program that the community and leaders had expressed interest in. That's something we envision revisiting and incorporating into our visioning process. But we really are looking to kind of build out that time frame and build in these items into our development cycle. But really this year we have really worked and continue to work on solidifying this framework and process, so that once that is kind of ironclad, we can build in these other topics that need to be addressed as part of the visioning.
And I'd also add on to that, it's really our intention to bring forward recommendations related to those 5 that we'd shared with you in March. And if you remember at the end of our presentation, Jonathan identified the immersion visioning process and the Career Center vision as something that we're targeting to bring forward to you in October.
And what happens in March? Well, what's the board action? It's been referred to as a board item, board action. What are you envisioning is happening with the board
So-
in March.
So, for example, one of the suggestions that's come forward is co-locating the academic academy at the Langston site. If once that's moved through the community engagement process, and that we've been able to answer some of Ms. Diaz-Torres's questions, that potentially, I'm not saying it is, but potentially would be a recommendation that we bring forth in March. And your role under policy K3 is to make a decision as to whether we are able to move forward with co-locating those programs, because that would be a substantial difference or change in both of those programs. You know, another example would be if we were looking at the using that floor on the Ed Center for the virtual and hybrid course experience. And so we bring that as a recommendation, and then you as the board would determine whether or not we should continue in that direction.
Okay, good, thank you. That was my first one on the scheduling. So the second one will be shorter. And pivoting to actually what you just brought up, Bridget, which is the physical location for a virtual program at the Ed Center. And then there was another piece in, I think, the attachment about middle school seats. And my two questions are, I don't understand what a physical location is supposed to do if it's a virtual program. I mean, why do we need a physical location for a virtual program? And then what does this middle school seat suggestion number 2 differ from this Ed Center recommendation for a virtual program?
So we identified that as a secondary site. So potentially that could be middle and high school students working together in this program. And we also indicated that it could be a virtual program, it could be a hybrid program, and in which case, in the hybrid model, you would need a physical location. To Mr. Pretty's point, for example, and I would argue it's not just middle schoolers who need social emotional support, but our high school students do as well. And so being able to have ready access to a counselor, for example, on site, I think is fundamentally important for students who are engaging in online coursework as well. So I think no matter how virtual we get, there is merit to being able to have face-to-face access with a teacher or a counselor and that is supportive and supplemental to that virtual experience. So I guess I want to emphasize that it doesn't have to be wholly virtual. It could be hybrid as well, in which case we'd need that site all the more.
Okay,
just
thank
add
you.
a little bit on.
Sorry, go ahead.
With the full virtual, as we learned during the pandemic, some of our students don't have the benefit of having a great space at home to learn, a space that's, so as we did this year with opening up some of our sites to provide that safe space for learning. Even students who are in full virtual courses might utilize this space to engage in their full distance learning course.
Okay, thank you. And if you could come back on the next round, I've got some more questions and comments.
Let me find out if anyone else needs an additional round. Mr. Pretty, do you need an additional round?
No, I do not.
And Ms. Diaz-Torres?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, and I understand that Dr. Cannon does not need an additional round. Mr. Goldstein, how many more questions do you have on this topic? I understand that Dr. Cannon, in the interest of time, is not asking additional questions. So how many do you have, sir?
I have 2 more questions and a reasonably short concluding set of comments.
Okay, so I will come back to you after I go through my questions, and I will try to keep them brief so that we can have time to finish this up. All right, I just wanted to start by saying that there was a document, an IPP document back in April 2019, and in that document, there had been some previous work done regarding some of the current APS options and some potential new options. And the potential new options included an arts-focused high school, early college, a hybrid high school, and a museum high school program or museum programs. Are those items that we're going to be looking at in the future? Are those items that you want to have the community give feedback on? Or are we just pretty much leaving it open, or these things are tabled for future consideration?
It's tough on a screen. I'm looking at Jonathan and I'm about to speak, but go ahead, Jonathan.
I was just going to add, no, I think that those ideas, Ms. O'Grady, those were vetted by the community. There was a community questionnaire and input period. We're continuing to build on that prior work. We maybe didn't in this presentation bring out the pathway component to the front, but we're certainly not disregarding it. That was important work. And we will bring it up more to the surface in the March report. But we are building on that pathway work with those 6 programs that we're focused on and those 3 additional areas. The community did weigh in on that, and there is interest in it. So we will definitely work it into the queue here. It's really a matter of prioritization and helping see which of those 3 or 4 areas need the most immediate kind of attention. And whether it's the art program, whether it's the museum, the early college high school. And so we are certainly going to build that into our work because those were ideas that were vetted by the committees of staff that worked on that work, as well as the community at that time when they did the questionnaire and input period.
Thank you very much. And my second question or comment I just wanted to share was around the idea for potentially moving Academic Academy to Langston. And I want to share that I personally also have some concerns about moving that program. One of the things I think that makes that program special is that it makes the opportunity for those students to be able to take CTE courses a much easier option for them because it is in the building where they're experiencing instruction. And for those students, the disconnect with a regular classroom where it may be rote experience, having a hands-on experience may actually, I believe, energize them in finding a new love for learning by having a hands-on approach to learning. So I would worry that we might lose that if those students were to be moved out of that building to the Langston building. And I do believe, I think it's correct, that those students currently who choose Academic Academy have the option to be able to choose either Academic Academy or Langston. And I would think that they're choosing Academic Academy for particular reasons and by default not choosing the Langston program. So I think this is an area where a multiple pathway may be actually diminished if we were to combine those programs. With that, I'm going to go back to Mr. Goldstein in the interest of time, and I do want to thank you all for that work. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's late. I know we don't want to be here late. I know we're tired. And I know that at 11:45, there's a tendency to say, well, I'll just, skip the question or put it in writing or something like that. I'm not trying to be a sadist, but this is a vitally important topic. And if we don't get our thoughts and questions out as staff is, going through the next round of development on this prior to March, I think we're going to pay for it when we see something in March that we could have been shaping today. So with that, can you talk about the idea of the Montessori pre-K through 8, specifically what you have in mind when you say co-locate? Are you talking about a building next to a middle school, or are you talking about a pre-K through 8 Montessori program in a middle school? What does co-locate mean?
I think the most practical thought about co-locating now is having a site next to a middle school. That's going to, clearly cost less than building a site that can accommodate pre-K-8 program. Because this is a suggestion and because we have indicated that any kind of implementation wouldn't be until at the very earliest 22, 23, I think that is one thing that we need to flesh out.
Okay.
And as we looked, Mr. Goldstein, at the particular our 7th and 8th graders, some of their course needs, for example, an 8th grader who might need Algebra 2, given the size of the MPSA program, there may not be a critical mass of students for that particular program to run that course. So by placing this program near a middle school, that student could potentially access that course virtually or push into the middle school to access that course for those students who may have course needs that aren't staffed within the MPSA due to the numbers. So that would be another advantage to that.
Okay, so we have a school building next to 4 of our middle schools, and if we weren't going to take advantage of those existing buildings, then we would have to build this program, build a building to house this program next to the other 2 middle schools where we don't have, a building adjacent to it. So that, of course, has huge budget and capital investment implications. So I'm just interested in seeing what happens, when this comes to us in March. My second question is, can you expand a little bit on this, the K-12 feeder schools that are equitable countywide? It's on the attachment presentation on slide 15. I think, if I'm not thinking about this wrong, there's really only one program that's in 2 places, and that's the elementary immersion program. So, no, I think it's the other, what slide are you on? 15? I think it's on the other presentation. The recommendation that says align programs with K-12 feeder schools that are equitable countywide.
Yeah, that's on the attachment.
The presentation labeled
so
attachment.
in addition, yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
In addition to the 2 immersion elementary schools, we also have pre-K Montessori satellites throughout the county as well that students access. So that's another program that has multiple locations. But I think this speaks to some of our programs, and I'll just use one example. At the middle school level, we have immersion down, and that program is accessible at Gunston. And for some of our students, they live, that's quite a far ride. Some parents don't have, transportation, and so getting to the school for child events, for meetings, other types of things that can create, equity and transportation issues for folks. And so, as I think some of this feedback we got from the leaders is, as we looked at the location, if we, take a closer look at the location of our programs, who are the students that they serve, who's not being served. The program audit in terms of the students who are underrepresented, looking at kind of the big picture to see, are there any ways we can kind of look at the location and see if there's a need for an additional site, if it makes sense instructionally and would help us address some of the equity and access issues that exist. So I think it's really continuing just that work of reviewing where the locations are, where are we serving the students. Is there a more efficient way, an equitable way to do it as we, continue this visioning work?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. That gives me a lot more. I appreciate that. Okay, so those are my 2, and I've got some short concluding remarks. So tell me when you want me to do that. It's all on me. Okay, thank you. In the last 50 or 60 years, the changes that we've seen in the educational landscape have hinged on some significant historical events. The civil rights era, the change in family structure, the inclusion of students with special needs in general education classes, the evolution of technology and personal devices. And we are in the middle of one of those significant historical events now that is, and I think will be, and necessarily will be, changing the face of education, and that's the global pandemic. And if we come out of this pandemic and go back to what we knew to be normal in January, the normal of January 2020, we will have squandered an unparalleled opportunity to capitalize on the innovation and the creativity that our staff has demonstrated, and also we will have squandered the opportunity to adopt the tools, techniques, procedures, methods, et cetera, that we've developed during a year of virtual learning that will help us engage the future. So this IPP in its form now, which I understand is draft, seems focused on how to adjust the moving parts of today's system to resolve today's issues. For example, freeing up seats and achieving program continuity through blending the Montessori programs, consolidating the English learners for synergy and efficiency, et cetera. This is all well and good, but I would like to see this IPP address how we will pivot to address the changes in education that are coming, so that we can begin to position ourselves as a top-notch school division in the years to come, not just a top-notch school division as defined by the pre-pandemic years. So I'm very interested in that pathway. So thank you all for the work that you've been doing on that. Thank you for indulging my questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. And thank you to staff for all of this hard work. We will look forward to the information coming back to us and hearing what the community is thinking about some of the items that were outlined here, and also other items that they may bring to the table as discussions move forward. We have one information item tonight, and it is the proposal for a local diagnostic assessment. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. And I referenced this in my monitoring report as I was talking about DIBELS, and I'm really excited to bring this forth as the leadership of Assistant Superintendent Bridget Loft and also Supervisor Lori Silver in Department of Teaching and Learning. And this is a very important step, I believe, in the work that's being done and around our literacy, and thinking about having a division-wide literacy framework for all of our schools. So, Christina Diaz-Torres, the school member, you said, you spoke to literacy about being a civil rights issue, and I really do believe that it's an important piece that we have to make a commitment on, that no matter what school a child attends, that by the end of third grade that they are able to be successful, fluent, and literate students prepared for the future. And so I think this is an important, and it's unfortunate it's 11:55, but it's kind of late, but this is a really critical part, and I hope and encourage all the school board members to support this, and when we bring it next month, it's going to be such a critical piece, I think, in what we need to do next. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Bridget Loft and Supervisor Lori Silver.
All I'm going to say is I think we saved the best for last. And I want to thank Lori and her Literacy Dream Team for bringing this forward, this really important next step forward. So take it away, Lori.
Great, thank you. I do feel like the finale for the evening. So thank you everyone for hanging in there with us. I plan on shocking and awing you with a lot of information, and we did try to anticipate your questions. So for the new school board members, my name is Lori Silver, and I am the English Language Arts Supervisor for APS in the Department of Teaching and Learning. I am presenting on behalf of our English Language Arts Office, as well as my colleagues Kelly Heiner, who's the supervisor for Arlington Tiered Systems of Support, and Dr. Kelly Krug, who is our Director of Elementary Special Education. This presentation is a labor of love and collaboration between our offices, and I certainly want to thank Dr. Duran and Ms. Law for their support of this presentation and the proposal that I'm going to share with you and our work that lies ahead of us in APS. The next slide, please. So I'd like to provide for you, thank you. I'd like to provide you with the background for this proposal as well as our rationale for it. In 1997, the state of Virginia mandated administration of the screener of PALS, which is the phonological awareness literacy screening to students in grades K through 2. And this was for the purpose of identifying students at risk of not meeting grade level expectations in reading. We administer PALS based upon guidance from the state of Virginia, which is continually updated and communicated to us from the Virginia Department of Education regarding the requirements of administering a literacy screener. PALS was developed with the intent of demonstrating if students met minimal competency levels in reading. And PALS assesses phonological awareness, alphabet knowledge, knowledge of letter sound, spelling, concept of word, and word recognition in isolation. The testing window for PALS is beginning of year, mid-year, and end of year. Next slide, please. While we have certainly valued PALS and its role as our screener, we do have concerns about its use in Arlington Public Schools. In 2018, we decided to move forward with Dr. Sandman Hurley's recommendations for the implementation of literacy screeners in APS. And Dr. Sandman Hurley served as the APS dyslexia consultant in 2016. She made the recommendation to us that we should implement the use of a rapid automatic screener alongside PALS. I would like to take a moment here to clarify language that's on the slide and be clear about our verbiage. When we talk about the word flag, that means that a screener efficiently identifies and alerts our teachers and our families that students are at risk for reading difficulties. So during school year 18-19, we collected RAN data from 7 schools who agreed to administer RAN for our first year of implementation. And our data collection was cut short during school year 19-20 due to COVID. And at that time, we had 10 schools who were administering RAN. With our internal data collection and by making comparisons between students' PALS data and the RAN data, we determined that RAN was able to flag for us and alert us to more students having potential reading difficulties when compared to PALS. So this demonstrated to us that PALS is lacking in sensitivity to flag all students who are at risk for not meeting grade level expectations in reading. If any of you would like to examine our RAN data, then I'm happy to direct you back to our previous presentations of that data and that information. We are also concerned that the current version of PALS is not aligned with the current body of research on the science of reading. Updates are needed on PALS in multiple areas to ensure it adequately increases its sensitivity, identifying children who are at risk for various forms of reading difficulty. Those updates from PALS have yet to occur, and so we do have a sense of urgency with our own work of having a more sensitive screener. And then to address our last bullet point, PALS is time intensive to administer with 20 to 40 minutes of time that must be allocated per student. Next slide, please. So with this information being shared, our offices would like to move forward in asking for your support in piloting an alternative local diagnostic assessment to PALS. We feel, and with that strong sense of urgency, that we need to adopt a local diagnostic screener that has been updated to the science of reading and has national norms. We also need a screener that demonstrates a high level of sensitivity to quickly and efficiently identify students while allowing us to ascertain risk categories like DIBELS and levels for whether or not students are on track for end-of-year grade level reading success. And certainly effective and efficient screeners are designed to be administered quickly in order to limit disruptions to instruction. Next slide, please. We have had this in mind since 2019 when we first analyzed our RAN results. So we now feel like we have the necessary supports in place to embark upon this journey. And thankfully, Dr. Duran is not new to this process, and his guidance has been invaluable to us as we engage in our process of moving forward. With all this being said, our concerns have led us to pursue official guidance from the DOE about moving forward with an alternative to PALS, and we do have to follow the established Virginia DOE guidelines in order for this to occur. The Virginia DOE has many requirements in place in order for us to engage in a process of administering an alternative local diagnostic screener to PALS. And our offices are also happy to provide the Virginia DOE memos and guidance to you if you'd like to engage in an additional review of the requirements that we've been asked to meet. Our first step is to ensure that the school board approves our proposal to move forward with an alternative to PALS, hence the information that we're providing to you with this evening's presentation. So if and when the board, as the board, you grant your approval for our proposal, we will immediately move forward with creating a plan for administering an alternative assessment alongside PALS for school year 21-22. PALS and DIBELS have to be administered at the same time for comparison and reporting purposes, and we have to do that back to the state for their review. The Virginia DOE does want to ensure that our local diagnostic assessment matches PALS measures. We would like to pilot DIBELS as our K-2 screener, and especially as Dr. Duran discussed with you, it's being administered to all 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. And our proposal to the state must also include documentation of DIBELS alignment to the Virginia SOL and how well its measures align to PALS. Next slide, please. So the cost of administering DIBELS and the state funding implications we know would be important to our discussion. So we have tried to anticipate some questions and concerns that you may have about this proposal, particularly regarding the cost as well as long-term funding. The cost of administering DIBELS is $1 per student, and that pays for the data management system at the University of Oregon. Any additional funding costs may be covered by our offices, and we do not anticipate that those costs will be significant. And as for state funding, we receive based upon PALS results as part of EIRI. That will not be impacted by this pilot or in the future if we are allowed to proceed with an alternative local diagnostic assessment to PALS. Next slide, please. So these are our next steps. Should we receive your approval, we will submit our proposal to the Virginia DOE by the end of April. We will include in that proposal, based upon the Virginia DOE requirements, our internal APS research design for piloting DIBELS alongside PALS for school year 21-22. We will need to select schools who will be participating in the pilot, and we've already have some schools who are indicating interest in participating. Please note, not every school will need to participate in the pilot. PALS will still be required for administration of all of our K-2 students for school year 21-22. As part of our proposal, we will need to go into great detail about our data gathering procedures, and the Virginia DOE has provided us with guidance as to how that will need to occur. Dr. Duran has also been a wealth of information about this, and he's given us valuable feedback on that process to ensure that we can be successful. Next slide, please. So if the proposal is approved by the Virginia DOE for implementation in school year 21-22, our steps for next year are to notify our families about how both assessments will be administered to students. We will need to concurrently administer PALS and DIBELS at the schools who participate in the pilot. We will certainly keep parents informed about that process and share their students' information with them. Teachers will need to receive professional learning and support regarding the pilot because we have been administering DIBELS to our grade 3 through 5 students. We already have those structures in place for both PALS and DIBELS in terms of professional learning for our teachers, reading specialists, and school administrators. And then we will need to report to the state the outcomes from DIBELS and how there is a strong comparison to PALS, and perhaps we will be able to flag more students for reading difficulties with DIBELS, just as we saw with our RAND data. Should our reporting to the state be satisfactory upon their review at the end of the school year, and as we progress throughout next school year, we are able to provide evidence to them that our process is stringent and meets their expectations. Hopefully we will be able to move forward with DIBELS as our local diagnostic assessment for literacy. So thank you for your consideration of this information and our proposal. What questions do you have?
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Appreciate that. I'd like to go to Mr. Pretty to ask him what questions he has first.
Okay, Ms. Silver, thank you for the presentation. So let me get this straight. So PALS is not aligned with the science of reading, and DIBELS is a nationally known screener, but we have to send a proposal to VDOE to use a program that is more effective than the one we're currently using.
Yes. So part of this is part of the steps that we have to take as a requirement from the state of Virginia. This is something that We met with the Virginia DOE a couple times. We consulted with them. We also looked at previous guidance that they had put out to have to go through this process. I have to say they are very supportive. We also have Dr. Duran's support as he led this work in Fairfax too, but it is a process. It's a process of piloting. There's mandates and requirements for what we have to do. So we're following their guidance. We feel like Dibbles is a good choice for us for the reasons that you just stated. But we do have to jump through the hoops in order to move forward.
Okay, and then we still, so I guess, and this is my understanding, so correct me if I'm wrong, but Dibbles is a screener that you can use virtually, whereas PALS you have to be in person, right?
So Dibbles was adapted very quickly for a virtual distance learning environment, and PALS was not constructed in that way. So when the state required that we continue to administer it, even in a distance learning environment, they had to make their own adaptations in order to make it work for our students. I will say it's still as time consuming as in person, whereas Dibbles is far less time consuming and adaptable. Okay. Yeah, great question.
And then we still will need a RAN piece to go along with this, correct?
So that's a really good question too, and it's something we're considering in between all of our offices. RAN was really successful for us, and it was a great recommendation from Dr. Sandman Hurley. We felt like it was very successful in its identification and flagging of students really early. As we're piloting two assessments side by side, we need to be really considerate of the assessment load on our students and our families and our teachers, and also put RAN in exactly the space where it needs to be. So it might be in terms of us consulting with principals and across Department of Teaching and Learning and bringing in a lot of other people's feedback for it. We may say we would use it at the schools that are not piloting Dibbles alongside PALS, or we would make some considerations about the placement during the school year or with specific populations of students.
Okay, all right. I don't know if I have any more questions, Chair O'Grady, the left, but what are we doing with the data that we got from the RAN schools that we've used?
Right.
Because I guess the question is we have to give a proposal so that we can use this next year. What are we doing now?
So with RAN, we were not able to administer it virtually. It is and I'll be happy to share it and show it to you at any time you'd like, Mr. Pretty, too, to give you some more background information about it. But it involves a series of tasks where students have to read or identify very quickly objects, letters, numbers, colors. And it really requires that the teacher be shoulder to shoulder, side by side, the student to demonstrate the tasks to them, and to time it and to mark student errors, et cetera. And so it just wouldn't have been valid and reliable in this distance virtual learning environment. Should we return to school and we are able to do so safely with our safety guidelines, that it is something that we would want to be able to implement as quickly as possible, because it is such a great data piece for our students. But we would also have to see what our return to plans entail for that.
Okay.
It's always on the radar.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pretty. Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie, for the concise presentation. So I have two quick questions. So if this is approved, and I think you said it would be the end of the next school year, right? The end of the 21-22 school year, that the state would decide on approval. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. So if it's approved, then Dibbles will permanently supplant PALS for us? We won't ever have to go back to PALS?
Correct.
Yeah? Okay, good. And my next question really is going to be a follow-up that I'll send to you or I'll send to Lori, and that is, I would like to get a more comprehensive view of what the cost is going to be. So I saw it's $1 per student per year. We have approximately 7,000 K through second grade students, so $7,000 for them. but there's going to be costs for professional learning and, other things as this rolls on. So if I could get a more comprehensive picture of what this is going to look like, I don't want to wait until the next meeting, which I understand would be the action item. So I'd like to try and get that information before that, so I can, absorb.
I can answer that now. So we already did a cost projection of how much it was going to cost. So we can budget fairly handily for that. We were anticipating about $15,000. That's at a maximum cost. Professional learning will not cost anything. Donna McConnell in our office and Kelly Heinert, supervisor of ATSS, they've done a wonderful job putting together professional learning for our folks. So that's not of a significant cost either. And then should we incur printing costs, that's already a line item in our ELA, ATSS, and special education budgets. So in terms of us moving towards DIBELS, we determined it was going to be really cost effective, and we should not be coming to the board and asking you for additional funds for that.
So 15,000 per year, or just next year?
Per year, and then I've been working with Bridget and Sarah Putnam as well to project forward with our budget to be able to pay that sequentially for like 5 years down the road.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Ms. Diaz-Torres.
Thank you. And I agree, Lori. I think that you are, in fact, the grand finale of this meeting. And I do think I want to, before I jump into, I just have one really brief question. Before I do, I just think that there is so much praise and so much to acknowledge of all of the work that has gone into this over years. It has been a lot of advocacy. There have been a lot of folks on staff side, as well as in the community, who have been advocating for this for a very, very, very long time. And it is so exciting to see us shift into something that really matches where the science of reading is right now, and that is going to be both more time efficient, but also more accurate and give us that accurate data. You already talked about during the original monitoring item about return to school, talked about the professional development that you're doing with teachers to really get them adapted to this. And those are the 3 through 5 teachers, so there's not necessarily a one-to-one there, but that's a great transition that we're already going through. So that's really exciting to see. My one question is just an understanding of the amount of time that it's going to take for this pilot year. If I'm doing the math right, it'll take up to an hour per student 3 times a year for them to do the beginning, middle, and end. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct with that math.
Okay, and then that would drop to about 15 to 30 minutes in the out years if this is approved?
Right. So there's a cost benefit of the pain of the time that it'll take for the next school year that we're hoping will pay off just so quick and efficient for subsequent years.
Okay.
Next year. Yeah.
That is my only question. I'm very excited about this proposal, and I'm very excited that we're going to get to vote on it at our next meeting. Thank you so much.
Appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I understand that a question that Dr. Cannon had has actually already been answered. And so I'm just going to go ahead and ask my question, Ms. Silver. What screeners do we use for our pre-K students?
So PALS would still be used for pre-K. That is something that we've had to look at when it came to the state mandates for early childhood education. Elaine Perkins is well aware of that. Wendy Pilch is well aware of that. We also have some ties to PALS with math as well. So we'll just have to make sure that we kind of figure out how to strategically do that, where the pre-K students will have to be administered PALS, and this will solely be for K2.
Okay, because one of the things I thought I'd heard about PALS was that some of the students it left behind were students of color. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but okay, so I see you're shaking your head that I'm not wrong about that. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm particularly happy that we're moving to this, to DIBELS, or at least trying to with the state. But I do wonder, I want to make sure that for our students who are in our pre-K program, that they also have a tool that will make sure that they don't leave, they're not left behind, and we can catch potential issues early in pre-K. So just that's a little bit of a continued concern. I do want to say that I can remember back to a work session maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, where you talked so eloquently about the science of reading and how important it was for us to be moving in a different direction and how the department was doing that. So I appreciate this work to move us in the right direction. Please don't forget about our pre-K kids. Most of them are there because they could potentially fall behind in the first place. So I hope that we can figure out a way to address that. Okay, I think that's all the questions we have. So I want to thank you, Ms. Silver, and Ms. Loft as well for this information, and this will come back to us for action on February the 18th. Board
Thank you.
member, you're welcome. Thanks. Board members, is there any new business? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.